And we're live. What do you know? I'm a little slow today, I'll tell you. I keep forgetting to do things here. Anyway, glad to see everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. I hope we have good sound. We should. Everything's on. So, let's start off with saying hello to everybody. And let's see, we've got Train Man 1. He was the first one here. And that means you get the cookie. We're back to cookies because it's really not cold out. He's not here. So good to see you, Train Man. Glad you're here. And number 2 spot, Hot Dog Pilot Andy. You get to have cookie, Andy. Glad to see you here too. And we have Thomas Moore from Thomas Moore's Trains. Thomas, how's it going? Train Man. you got to quit begging for stuff, Thomas. That's not good, man. Anyway, we got Curly Express. Dwight, good to see you, Dwight. We also have Schuylkill River Valley. John, how's it going? Let's see who else we got here. We've got the Booty Pirate 69. Good to see you here, Pirate. And we have C&L Lines. Hey, Curtis, how's it going? Good to see you here as well. And we have Dundas Junction Model Railroad. James, how's it going? Good to see you here too. Let's see who else we got. And we're scrolling. Grandpa Rails. Hey, JD, good to see you. And the Flying Crow. Robert, how's it going? Good to see you here too. And who else do we have? A lot of scrolling here. And we're scrolling. Tony B. Hey, Tony, how's it going? Good to see you here. Let's see. Stormy Sky Rail Productions. Hey, Steve, how's it going? Good to see you here as well. Yeah, we're still scrolling. A lot of scrolling to be done here. Let's see. Hey, Rail Artist. Hey, Rail Artist, how you doing? Good to see you here. What's that you said? You are just in time for dinner. Cube chicken fried in butter, garlic based with onions. Oh, yeah, it sounds really good, man. Thank God I already ate her. I'd be salivating right now. All right, who else we got here? And we're still screwing. Wigwag Workshop. Hey, Steven. Good to see you here. Yeah, boy, I take a lot of scroll here. It's like 178 chats so far. You guys are doing a lot of talking amongst yourselves, which is, of course, is a good thing. Black Rock Central, Joe Rader. How you doing, Joe? Good to see you here. Derek Alexander. Hey, Derek. How's it going, friend? Let's see who else we got here. We're getting near the end, I think. It's a long, long list. Almost there. Ray Bertelson. Hey, Ray, how's it going? Good to see you. Wow, this is a long list. I'm still scrolling. I'm not near the bottom yet. Crooked River and Eastern Railroad. Hey, Dave. Crooked Dave, how's it going, man? Dave, BNSFN scale. How's it going, Dave? We got a good crowd tonight. Gerald Stewart. Ho, ho, ho. It's good old Santa Claus. How you doing, Gerald? Good to see you here. We're finally getting close to the end here. All right, that's it. I think I got everybody. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, you know what you got to do. Anyway, we got a pretty good show tonight. I got a bunch of stuff that I want to show off, and we've got a really cool video. I did some rail fanning yesterday. And yes, it's the sugar line, but it's a little different from what I've normally seen. So we'll get into that in a little while. So it'll be fun to watch. It's about a 15-minute clip. I actually spent damn near an hour out there watching the trains. It was a little cold, too. Rail artist says, this cold, snowy weather keeps us inside, and we got to have something to watch. Well, I got something good for you to watch. So, train related, too. Not a first, right? Anyway, I've been kind of busy a little bit. I've been seeing a chiropractor, so my back's actually a little better. Not 100% yet, but we're getting close. That's a good thing. Let's see. First thing I want to, I've been building these wooden 3D models, and you probably, if you've been following my shorts, I just did this one. It's an Army Jeep. Really nice, highly detailed. Kind of a bear to put together, though. There was some, we got a little complicated at one point because the instructions weren't as clear as they probably could have been. But it's done, and maybe next week I'll actually show the models. They're in the house. I really didn't want to bring them out here because of my back. It's hard to, carry stuff at the moment. So I figured I'd show you the box so we know what's going on. This one I just finished. It was a Grand Prix car. This one was actually very easy. It looks complicated, but I literally threw this together in like one night, which isn't bad. So that one was easy. Now I'm currently working on this one. And this is a Prime Steam Express. It's pretty cool. Of course, you got your locomotive and a tender. And I'll tell you what, this one is very difficult. What makes these things difficult, you can see up here, the rounded thing, that's one piece. And you can fold it, but you got to be real careful. And they don't give you an extra one, so if you fuck it up, well, you screwed up the whole model. It took me about 20 minutes to get it in place because I'm trying to be as gentle as I can with it. But I did get it in place, and it looks pretty good. So I'm about, a little past the halfway mark on the loco. And I haven't started the tender yet, but I expect to have them done probably the next day or two. I just work a few hours every night on it and go with that. So, and they're cheap. Every one of them, well, the train I got on a 90% discount from Temu, and I paid $4 for it. The Jeep I paid 10 and change, and the Grand Prix car I paid 9 and change. Not too bad. So, doing really good with those things, and they're fun to build. It gives me something to do, especially so I don't have to actually get up. I can sit down and do it at my leisure. Where was that? Grace asked where the instructions were. No, they're actually both. Not a lot of word and stuff, but mostly pictures. But they do break it down, and they have diagrams, which at the beginning, I should have brought an instruction sheet out here. At the very beginning, it tells you what each of the little pictures mean, that like at a part, and that helps you, put it together. So, but it's mostly pictures, but still, it's not bad. I'm happy with it. I think the instructions are pretty good. No, they were not in Chinese or Chinglish, or however the hell you pronounce that. Derek wants to know what I'm printing. I am printing lighted holders for Heath. These things right here. You can slip the little light-up modules in there. It holds them in place so you can screw it up onto your bench. I've got 5, 10, 15, 70. I've got 18 so far. I've got to print a total of 30. So they take about 13, 14 minutes each to print. Booty Pirate says, bad wind and snow in Michigan. I know my stepdaughter's in Michigan. I think I mentioned that before. I don't think she'll be staying up there after this winter. I think she'll be moving back to Florida. It could be wrong, but I just have a feeling. Said Dave, Derek, please put my name in the same sentence as those two commies. That's funny. Let's see what else we got here. You on the wrong side of the lake, just windy on the Wisconsin. Yeah. Well, she's on the right-hand side or east side of Michigan, about halfway. I don't remember the name of the town. It's a small town. And she's not far from the Great Lakes, so she's probably getting a lot of lake effect weather there, I imagine. Don't Derek, not but. Fucking autocorrect. Who flung dung kits? Yeah, you got that. They're not bad for cheap, you know. I got 3 more I want to get. I don't have access to the pictures right now, but next month I think I'm going to get 3 more. I'm kind of having fun with these things, so why not, right? But I'm more interested, like, you know, trucks, cars. They have airplanes, a helicopter. They got a lot of boats. Not really interested in that stuff, so probably won't go into those, but they have stuff with wheels on them. I might be interested. They have a semi-truck, tractor trailer, with a crane on the trailer that's attached to it. That's a little more expensive. I think that's like $21, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to get that one next month. There you go. Crooked Hillary, Crooked Joe suck. Yeah, they do. They should be in prison, actually. Yes, we do. We love Crooked Dave better. No, he did not attend barber college. I went back to my barber that I found up here. He did a pretty decent job the first time. Tried to, let him do a second one. I'm happy with the job. That his prices, they're not crazy high, $20, and plus I give him a $10 tip because I thought he did a pretty good job. That was a young kid that did it. It wasn't the owner this time. And I think of the guy that did. I mean, they're Mexicans, I guess, but he looked like he might have been only around 18, 19 years old. It's hard to tell because they hide their age well. He could have been a lot younger, but he really did an excellent job. I mean, he probably took a good almost 40 minutes to cut my hair. I mean, talk about meticulous. He did a really good job. I was really pleased with it. And Dave says it's just as railroad. That's not good. Tom Grassy, there you are. How you doing, man? Yeah, we got Tom from Tom's Trains and Things. How you doing, Tom? Good to see you. As I mentioned before you guys popped in, I have a really cool rail fanning video to show you that I took on the Sugar Line yesterday. And we're going to play that probably in another maybe 10 minutes. It's about 15 minutes long. I was actually out there, like I said, almost an hour. I cut some of it off because it was, they were doing a little bit of switching and stuff, but I'll explain it as we go through what they were doing. It was really cool, though. A little different from what I've usually seen out here. Let's see. Don't want to get too behind in the chat here if I can help it. Got more highs being said. Lot size. Oh, you guys talk fast, man. There you go. Gerald says, I was watching live snow plowing in Buffalo today. 5 feet of snow. At least that's something to brag about. I mean, on the news the other day, they were saying oh my God, we're going to get 3 inches of snow. The end of the world is near. I mean, they didn't really say that, but that's the way they kind of conveyed it, you know? It's like, really? 3 inches? It's like that's not even real snow yet, you know? Like 3 feet maybe, you know? Hey, Georgia Sunbelt, Anthony, how's it going? Good to see you. Dave says, I used to live in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Only got the lake effect after low pressure was passed and not always. Ah, that makes sense. I've been up around there. You know, well, I was up there once. I was in Minnesota, and it was in February, and I don't remember what year it was. It was probably about 20 years ago, but man, it was cold. And there was a good 2 foot of snow on the ground. But I don't even consider it real snow unless there's at least a foot. So, oh, thank you, Derek. 28 watching. That's cool. We got a good crowd today. I might get up there with the big boys pretty soon, right? Dave says, David's pretty crooked, not many straightaways. That's why we call you Crooked Dave. That's that, right? Next time, tell him to cut more than one at a time. No, he like I said, the cut itself went pretty quick, but then he started, you know, trimming around the sideburns and the back of the neck. I'll show you the back. I mean, he really did a meticulous job on it, you know. I mean, I was really surprised. Usually they get you in and out pretty quick, you know. They did all right, though. Yeah, Robert. How long ago was that? I remember paying $2 for a haircut. It seems outrageous nowadays to pay $30. Definitely not in line with him. Well, it's not. You know. The one I was seeing down in Bonita, the woman Donna, she was charging me $18, and I usually handed her $40. You know, so she got a big tip, but she was real good. I mean, she did an outstanding, above average job of cutting my hair. I wish she was up here because I wish I could continue seeing her get my hair cut. But, you know, it's a long way to drive, 110 miles to get a haircut. When you factor in gas, that's like $100 haircut, you know. Stormy says, I grew up not too far from Oak Creek. I graduated from Cuda High. I hope I said that right. Now we live around the Muckwananago. Oh shit, Muckwonago. I don't know how to pronounce that. What kind of a fucking name is that? Damn, that's a hair. That's a tongue twister. Dave says, Robert, my haircut is free. That's because you ain't got none. Yeah, that happens, I guess. Robert wants to know, are you bragging, James? I think he is. Okay. I don't know what that is, Derek, but it sounds funny. A flow bee. Is that one of those things they show on TV where you can, like, it's like an electric shaver, but it cuts really close? That's what it sounds like. I guess you could use that if you're bald. I remember 25, Martin. Hey, Martin, how's it going, by the way? I remember 25 when I was a kid. I had a moped. I used to, ride around in Naples, and it held at 1 gallon, and it took exactly 25 cents to fill it up. So it was 25 cents a gallon. That was back in the 1973, maybe 72. Now that'd be 71, I think, because 73 they had the gas prices. That's when gas prices started going up. But prior to that, it was pretty cheap. There you go. Stormy says we got 1.5 feet of snow here in southeast Wisconsin last week. That's a fair amount. Right, that's terrible. That was a joke we used to make when we were kids. You know, shine your head for a quarter, mister. And on the rare occasion we saw, an old bald guy, they always thought it was funny. Thank God they weren't offended by it. That my last boss lives in Eagle. Had a couple of delivery customers down behind a truck stop in Muckwanago. Muckwanago, that's how you spread it. I knew I'd get it eventually. I just didn't click right. That's a tongue twister, though. I bet you can't say that 3 times real fast, huh? And Tom Grassi said Jim printed the last pair of sensor holders. Now need to add them on the layout. Maybe tomorrow. I got my curved turnout, going to work on that tonight. Oh, sounds good. You're moving right along, Tom. You really are. I wish I'd get cracking here and get some stuff done too. Soon, though. I got to quit screwing around. And Booty Pirate says, hey, Jim, this episode better be called Trains Gone Wild. I don't know if they'll go wild or not, but they're going. And I did click on. There we go. Railwater said the experts, yeah, right, are predicting 3 inches of snow here tonight. Big whoop. I lived in Minnesota for 30 plus years. I know, it's a joke, isn't it? And they make it sound like, it's the end of the world. See, climate change is real. We're going to get 3 inches of snow. Please give me a fucking break. Don't even tell me about snow unless it's at least a foot. Because if it's not at least a foot, it's not really much snow, my opinion. I'm from New Jersey originally, and I remember as a kid, we'd have 2-3 foot on the ground a lot. I mean, sometimes the snow was up to here. When you went out the front door, it was right up to your chest. Of course, I was only, 6 years old, but I wasn't very tall. And I did walk to school in the snow, believe it or not. But the school was only about 3/4 of a mile away, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But we did have a hill we had to climb, walk up, though. That was true. Deserved her big tips. Yeah, well, I'm going to leave it at that. No, she did a good job, and I was very appreciative. And we always had good conversations while she was doing it, too, because she's a conservative like me, pro-Trumper. And so we talk about a lot of stuff, current events, and she's clipping away. And I mean, I'd let her go ahead and trim my beard. And she really did do a good job. Well worth the money I paid. What's that one? Dwight wants to know, Jim, do you apply any decals on your train box cars, and how do you do it over the ribs? Wonder. Oh yeah, I'm not too far behind. I'm a little behind, not as bad as Dave usually. Sorry, Dave. If I don't talk too much, I won't get too far behind. But yes, I do. I use decal. I put the decals on them, and once they set, I use the. I don't have it here. The micro set. You can actually see it right pointing where my finger is. I have both micro set and micro saw. They'll soften the decal and let them sink in to go around the ribs, and they come out really nice. I don't have one here I can show you real quick, but they do come out good and they look professional. Cudahy, okay, Cudahy. Cudahy or Cudahy, I don't know. You didn't put a little over it. Hey, Chasto, Chuck, how's it going? Good to see you here. There you go. Ray's got the right idea. They put a vegetable strainer on your head and cut it into the sticks. Yeah, when I was a kid, I had some friends. That's how they got their hair cut, with a bowl. It was real back in the day. There you go. There's a Muckwanago. I know I figured out eventually. I'm a little behind in the chat. And Booty Pirate says, haircuts where I go, they charge $35 hot towel cover. You get head massage, they wash your hair. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I could have got mine washed down in Bonita. I think I did a couple of times, and that was like included in it. And she always did the hot towel to put on my beard and neck or whatever she shaved me, because it would. She just trim everything. But it was nice. I mean, It was a good haircut. I enjoyed it. Lots of wind. Yeah, that's true. There really are. Tom Grass said that's why I shaved my head. Now, you're not bald by you're bald by choice. I didn't know that. Let's see if I can get caught up here real quick. Oh, Floby was attached to a vacuum. I didn't know that. That's one way to do it, though. No mess, right? That's why I was letting gas. It did smell better. The gas today smells, it's kind of a nasty smell to it. You know, not good. Tom says, when I started driving, gas was 18 cents per gallon. Yeah, well, you're a little older than me, aren't you, Tom? I think. Why don't you say you were 68, I think? So, yeah, you would have probably seen cheaper gas than I did. Ray says, you have to cut your hair and suck you at the same time. I'm not even going there. And Pirate says, oh, well, someone made a parody version of it that screwed up. That was screwed up. It had me in Calbet. Hey, send me a link to that. I'll put it on the next show. And there you go. Somebody's being a smart ass. Steven says, and you shared the road with a horse and buggy. That's all. Now, because back then the gas would have been about 4 cents a gallon, I believe. It was really cheap back in the early days of the country, century. Yes, I do. I did get a hold of. Actually, he sent me an email. He said I'm making these lighted holders for him. So he contracted me to make 30 of them, and he's not in a big hurry. I'll probably have them sent out before the week's out, hopefully tomorrow. But yeah, he did get a hold of me. Thanks for reminding me, though. Yeah, the addition might take a little longer than I thought. I'll tell you what, I'm not whining, don't get the wrong idea, but I'm having a lot of money issues this month. I got hit with a few bills that was unexpected. The chiropractor cost me a small fortune, even though my insurance covered most of it. I had my deductible I had to pay. And plus, I've seen them twice over at $40 each. So, I mean, all together, I give them 125 the first time, 112 the first time, and an additional 50 almost. Look at $175 there, man. It came out of my tax budget for the property taxes. So that means the longer it takes for me to pay the property tax, the longer it takes me to get everything else going. So right now, I'm looking at maybe next month paying the taxes, hopefully. Although it's very possible it could be March. And that means it'll probably be the same month that I pay taxes, I'll start on the addition. But it's throwing me behind on everything. I mean, every time I turn around, it's something new, Let's see. Derek says Robert, the car he had before that was like the Flintstone car. That's funny. No, he's not that old. I think he's 68. 68, Thomas. I think. I'm only 64, so and he's not much older than me. Did I climb that hill both ways? No, only one way. In the morning it was uphill. In the evening it was downhill, or afternoon it was down. It wasn't too bad. Booty Pirate said the lowest I seen when I was driving was about, that's a little later on down the road. Jay says my first car cost $500. My first real car that was licensed, the legal car, which was actually my 8th car by then, but the first real car, licensed car that I bought, it was a 67 Chevy Impala with 3-speed on the column, 6-cylinder, and I paid $65 for it from a mechanic that was selling cars on the side. I drove that car for like 2 or 3 years. I liked it. It was a good car. When you can't find your 3/4 ton full drive pickup in the driveway, Yes, it is. I've never seen snow that deep. My dad told me back in, I guess, in the late 50s, before I was born in 59, he said they had a 6-foot drifts in New Jersey, in Carteret anyway. And they said they were trapped in the house for like 10 days. They couldn't get out of the house. The snow was actually above the doorway. Now that's snow. I think that's kind of what you're talking about. Yeah, maybe. And again, maybe not. And Dwight says, my first brand new car in 74 cost me $2,000 off the showroom floor. That's not bad. I never owned a brand new car. I could never really afford one. I always bought secondhand cars, and the most expensive car I bought was the Buick Riata. It cost me $10,000. I had to finance it. But most cars I bought were like in the, 1,500 and below range. I mean, car prices were pretty decent at the time. Nowadays, they're crazy. Hey, DWM Trains, Dave, how you doing? Good to see you here. Almost flew right by you there. Thanks, Grandpa Rails, JD. We got 34 and 20. That's a good crowd for tonight. Yeah, I know, because as soon as they took the lead out of it, they kind of ruined it. Hey, there's Heath. They just finished, but they said I've been printing them. I got 18 or 18. I got 20 so far. We're almost there. First time I've been in the shed tonight was to do the show. I was busy doing other things today. Thank God you told me we're in a big hurry, but I hope to have them done and maybe in the mail tomorrow or Saturday at the latest. I know you're not in a hurry, but you paid for them. I like to get them out to you. Let's see what else we got here. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. It is your birthday, John. Happy birthday again. I almost forgot. And Railwire says, my wife cuts my hair whenever it needs it. Good price, too. I cook, she cuts. There you go. That's a good trade. What's that? They took out the tetraethyl lead. Is that what it's called? I have no idea. Man, I don't know how I got so far behind. I'm talking too much, or you guys are typing too fast. Slow down, damn it. I'm slowly catching up here. Kind of breezing through a lot of this stuff, so. Oh, hey, we got CNCP Great Lakes Division. How you doing? Good to see you here. Almost passed you up too, sorry. I hate getting this far behind. I mean, Dave, at one point I think you were like a half an hour behind this morning. Hey, I don't care. It doesn't bother me any, but you were really, really far behind. It's easy to do though. I mean, you answer one question, the next thing you know, you're 10 minutes behind, Not hard to do. Plus these guys talk fast. Or type fast, however you want to put it. So anyway, one other thing I want to show you. My wife got this for me. I think it's funny. I'm going to hang it up here in the shop somewhere. Can we fix it? No, it's fucked. I saw this. I was reading, looking through Temu. It was about a month ago when I saw this. And I thought it's really funny. She must have saw me laugh at it, and she wound up getting it for me. So that was really cool. So I'm gonna hang it up on the wall behind me somewhere. Maybe right there. Where everybody can see it as a constant reminder that not everything can be fixed. Oh, okay. You saw it on the short. Yeah, I put it on the short too. That's who it was, JD. I couldn't remember. Bob the Builder. I knew it was some builder, but I couldn't remember. I don't really watch cartoons that much. But yeah, I knew it was somebody that I recognized, sort of. So Yeah, Pooh Bar. Fucked up beyond all recognition. That's becoming a normal one. And this, of course, this one here. Situation normal, all fucked up. Yeah, I know all these. I'm very familiar with them. I've probably experienced them at one point or another. And finally, before we put the video up, I got I got a $20 gift card from Mini Prince Bernard on Sparky's Christmas show. So I finally got the order in. Of course, I got the cool decal, which will go up on the decal wall. And these might be kind of hard to see because they're small. But I bought $20 worth of stuff. Actually, I think I added a couple of dollars in, but I still got them in a package, so I don't know how easy they're going to be able to see. Fortunately, he did mark them. This is the Bistro set. And what it is, it's a... I don't know if you can see that or not. Yeah. Doesn't really. There's two small chairs and a little round table. You see them like in coffee shops and stuff. And I wanted this for my house on the layout because we actually have one of these on the front of the house, like the open porch area. So I figured that'd be cool. Painting them is going to be a challenge, though. Well, actually, it'd be easy because they're black. And here I got, I got this crooked guy over here, Crooked Dave. I don't know where I'm going to put you on the layout, Dave, but I'll put you someplace nice. I thought that'd be fun to do. Then I got this one here. This is Myra. I don't know who the hell she is, but she's built kind of like my wife, so I figured I could put her on in the front of my house, and I got to find something that resembles me, at least something close, and it'll be me and her out there. I got Tom from Tom's Strange, and he's at the front of the house, so he's already there and painted up. And then I got this one here. This is just a general. They're the young lovers, man and a woman embraced. I thought that'll be fun to put somewhere on the layout. So when I get a chance, I'm going to have to do some painting on this stuff. Won't be tonight, trust me. Yeah, Dave, it's a you. I wish I'd get myself scanned, but there's no way I'd get up to wherever he's at. You know, if he came down here, I'd do it. But it ain't happening. I can't get up north to do it. What's that? My 2.5-year-old Aether SD38 pre-order finally arrived this week. I pre-ordered a SD45 last year. Hope I'm still alive. Yeah. Holy shit, that's a long time. That's why I hate the pre-orders. You know, because I'm kind of impatient. It's bad enough I got to wait like on the mail. But if I got to wait for them to actually make the damn thing and then put it in the mail and get it, I mean, I got a couple of pre-orders from Scrap Trains. Not for locals, but for, you know, I think I got the gondola set and something else I bought that was on a pre-order. Oh, the steel mill cars or whatever they're called that hold the rolls of steel. And the gondolas took the longest. I think they took almost 6 months, 5 months, something like that. I almost forgot about them, you know. And of course, and you don't pay for them up front. I would rather pay for them up front and then get them, you know, afterwards. But they bill you once they get them in inventory. So all of a sudden, oh shit, you owe X. Oh shit, I got to pay them real quick, and a lot of fun. Let's see. Hey, we've got Mom and Son Trains. Tammy and Ray, how you doing? Layout's looking great as usual. I still haven't had a chance to look at your latest one. I think you put it up either yesterday or today. I'll get to it though. Coil cars, that's it. I couldn't think of the damn. Thanks for. I don't know what I do without you guys. I mean, I eventually figure out, but you know, it's just not real quick. And let's see, we got Iowa fan. Did he sneak in here? Oh yeah, hey Iowa, how you doing? Good to see you here. Almost snuck by me again. I'm trying not to get behind, so kind of pushing through here. Thomas, yeah, I said hi to you, Tom. I didn't forget. Let's see what else here. Oh, it's no biggie. There's no such thing as late here. You show up when you show up, and that's all there is to it. Well, that is true, Joe. The problem is if you don't pre-order, you probably won't get one. It's a chance you take, but I mean, if something I wanted bad enough, I would do it, but I prefer not to, you know. I mean, I know why they do it, because they don't want to overstock. So basically, they're filling orders as they're, as they come in. It's not really a great way to do business, but if they're trying to save money on inventory, then it makes sense. But I would prefer that they have it. That's like when I was younger, I'd go to the auto parts store to get something. And, well, we don't have it. We can get it for you. I said, well, if I wanted it next week, I'd have waited till next week to come get it. It used to piss me off. If I got to the point, I said, why don't you just shut down the building, put a phone booth with a parts catalog in there, and I could just call up and order the parts and they can mail them. That ain't very funny. That's extremely funny. Sort of. JD said, where'd he go? I'm done with 3 orders. I have 2 pending. I hear you. It's aggravating. It really is. What are you going to do, Hey, Russ Rockin' Old Railroad. How you doing, Russ? Good to see you here. I don't think there's going to be a rant tonight. I don't really have anything to rant about. I thought about it all day, and I really couldn't come up with anything, so we're probably not going to do the rant. Tom Gray says, I have 2 things on a wish list from Iron Planet Hobbies, but still not in stock yet. Been too much. Yeah, I think you told me about that, Tom. I said, that really sucks, And so, look, the count's going up, too. We're doing good, 35-23. Come on, guys, hit that like button. You got to do it. Kick it, smash it, shoot it, knife it, stroke it gently. However you want to do it, just hit it. Yeah, I'm sure I have, Derek. It's gotten bad, They just don't stock anything. And then, like the one parts store used to do, they used to brag that they had over $1 million worth of inventory. I says, and what, spark plugs? You never have anything I want other than spark plugs. It's terrible. I don't think so. I don't know if I'm going to have a rant or not, unless something comes up in my mind last minute. Not yet, but we'll see. I won't say no, definitely, but probably not. And Pirate says, I never pre-ordered anything. I don't blame you. I did because I really wanted these, and it was a good deal. It was a sale on the gondolas, and I didn't have any gondolas. I said, this is so I bought a 6-pack, different road names and numbers. It was a good deal. JD says there's a train show in Plano, Texas this weekend. Okay, that's good to know. Since I don't normally cover train shows because I don't pay attention to them. I'm glad somebody popped that in there. Yeah, I saw that. I could put that on here. That's not appropriate, but it is what it is. Yeah, I noticed that too, Tom. I seen that with when I was on watching Dave's show Morning Brew this morning. It was only showing 12 in, and I'm thinking, there's no way. So on my office, I went ahead and refreshed it, and it showed 27, which sounded more realistic. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, why things aren't working the way they're supposed to. It's a little crazy. Hey, Chuck Schreiber, how you doing? Good to see you. Everyone out there from you're in South Texas, cool. I don't know, you're probably cold up there now too, isn't it? It's cold everywhere, it seems. Mine went blank for a second. No, I didn't. I'll tell you why YouTube is crooked. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Whenever you get it to me, Thomas, not a problem. No big hurry. Take your time. JD said it hits 62 today and tomorrow 40. I know. This is weird weather. It was cold last night. It got down to 46. Now, this morning when I woke up at 8 a.m., it was 50, which I know some of you guys don't think is real cold. And it isn't compared to what you're going through. But for down here, it's cold. Trust me. Tom Grassi said when I woke up today, it was 9 degrees outside. That's fucking cold. Chuck says warmer day here, almost up to 70 today. It was 16 Wednesday morning. Only to get cold again. I know the weather's it's like a roller coaster. It's just all over the place. Said February is traditionally the coldest month of the year, but from what the Weather Channel says, it's actually going to be warmer than normal. But I don't know. But I don't trust the weather people too much anyway. They always seem to be wrong. Yeah, I'll bet it is, Pirate. Dave BNF said -2 when I woke up. That's fucking cold too. And Dave said was 2 yesterday morning here. That's nuts. I don't miss that shit at all. I mean, it's okay if you don't have to go outside, but if you gotta go to work or something, screw that. The good news is, for those who have gas-powered cars, you'll get to work. For those of you who have electric cars, well, you're fucked. Yeah, that's when this comes to play. Can we fix it? No, it's fucked. Oh, the people in Chicago stranded in their Teslas. They won't take a charge in the cold weather. I think that's the funniest thing ever. Sorry, but it just is. Joe says we're supposed to get another 3 inches of snow tomorrow. That's enough, probably. And Derek says it sucks seeing the temp in your car, and it's a 0 or a negative number. Absolutely. Pirate said we got another 3 inches coming. Yeah, they said this is going to be the worst winter in 50 years from what I've been hearing. So we'll have to wait and see. Russ says finally starting to thaw here, currently hovering above freezing. That's not saying much. Dave says I get to stay home if I want. You get to work from home. That's a good thing. Tom says weather people only workers that get 50% wrong and still have. I know. That's weird how they get away with it. And they usually are wrong. Yeah. Well, it's usually, you're right, it's 50-50. They're either on or they're off. Is it going to rain today? Well, maybe not. Yeah. So I laugh at the people who drive them Teslas. They think they're cool driving them. And of course, they're not cool. And they don't work in the cold weather. And you think that Musk would have tested that before he sold them, I mean, I bet you there's a lot of people going to be selling their Teslas after the snow thaws. You watch and see. What the hell good is a car if you can't drive it? A bunch of four-wheel paperweights out there. We are expecting 6 to 8 inches tomorrow into Saturday. Wow, that's a fair amount too. It was so cold the chickens lined up at KFC for a warm oil bath. Another bad dad joke. Good one. Love it. We haven't had any of those in here in a while. Thank you, Dave. Or fast food workers working drive-through, Tom. Yeah, right? Yep. Thomas says, if you can't fix it, you fucked it up. Well, that's true sometimes, but not all the time. Yeah, I just tell my wife, she says, how long are you going to mess at it? So either fix it or fuck it up, permanently. It'd be one or the other. And fortunately, I haven't had too many things that get fucked up permanently, but, because I'll mess with something until I figure it out and fix it, usually. And Pirate says it's 15 outside here and feels like 6 degrees. Yeah, I hear you. Hertz is dumping on. Yeah, I heard. That's bad too, you know, and it's not surprising. They should have waited. You know, they thought, oh, we're going to do something good. We're going to be green. Yeah, nobody wants your fucking electric cars. And the fact that, of course, if they're up north, they won't run anyway. But you know, Pirates, I'll stick to my 2004 GMC Sierra 2500 HD with 12.5-inch lift. Fuck electrical vehicle. You betcha, man. It's yeah, Andy, that hurts. It's gonna hurt when they look at their bottom line, you know, fiscal year, right? Well, that's their own stupidity, though, you know. Dave says Hertz has 100,000 for sale. Really, they bought 100,000 of them things? That's nuts. What the hell are they thinking? Nuts. That's true, CP. You can't fix stupid. Well, you can, but it's not. Unfortunately, it's not legal. That's generally a permanent fix. All right. Well, listen. I'm going to put this video on. I'm going to narrate it as we're going. Hopefully, it's about. I think it's either 13 or 15 minutes long. It's kind of cool. I thought so. We'll see how things are going. Let's put it up here and see what's going on. Okay, this is when I first. I heard the train horn blow a little while back, so I came up here real quick on my scooter. Now, for the first time ever, they're running a 3-locomotive concept. Normally, they only run 2. It's usually the GP38. Now, the lead loco is a GP38. I believe it's number. 409, one of their newer ones. The next one coming up for these are recent acquisitions. This is an SD40C, and that's an SD40 tunnel motor, which is really cool. They just acquired these. So they're pulling out, well, sort of pulling out. Ultimately, they're going to have 82 cars hooked up, which is also the longest conscious I've seen yet. Normally they have like 40 or less. This is a long concept. Basically, you see them. I guess they're testing to see that if they can pull them safely. I think there's like maybe 60 cars they're pulling right now. I didn't count them. And they're going to go past the crossing. Then they're going to back it up again. We'll wait till they do that. Yeah, good one, Grandpa. Thank you, son. Appreciate that. That would be weird if they did that. Oh, you never know. Yeah, there's some older stuff they got there, without a doubt. I thought it's a damn long concert. And I thought this was going to be it, and they were pulling out. They sort of stopped before they got past the crossing. And one of the workers I was talking to, I said, they started moving again, but real slow. And so they coming back some more, and he says, yeah, they're just making sure that they can pull this amount. He says, ultimately, they want to pull 83 cars. Well, they didn't make 83, they made 82. Still a pretty long concept. Yeah, flying school is a little aggravating at the ass. Yeah, the worst part is I had my phone, right? Because I didn't want to miss it. And now they're really screwing. I had my phone without thinking, and I had the little adapter for my tripod to put the phone on. I didn't bring either one. So literally for about 50 minutes, I was holding the camera in one hand. My arm was ready to fall off by the time they were done. Yes, the brakes firing. They're noisy. Yeah, they started slowing down, and then I think I stopped it before they got to the end. I stitched the clip. I had 4 clips. I stitched it all together. Like I said, that's a long ass train. Outside, they stopped and they restarted. But I put the camera down while they were stopping. And then I went ahead and started filming again once they started moving again. The same train, basically from where it stopped to where it started going again. Here, though, when you finally get to the end, you'll see it. That's a good question, Joe. I'm pretty sure they got pads on them, but they probably get glazed for being used all the time. You know what happens when you glaze the brake pad? It squeaks. Yeah, there we come to the full size. They actually advanced past the crossing. Now they're backing up again. And I thought they were going to mate up with the next line of cars on the next set of rails, but they didn't. They just went straight back. It'll take a minute or two. Well, the potash is the old road name. They're not actually using potash. They're mostly using, I guess, the tankers are using liquefied cane sugar, cane oil or something. And those, they put the ground up cane in. Basically, they just start buying up used cars, whatever I guess they got a good price on them. They don't generally repaint them. Although the graffiti artist did a pretty good job on some of them. Some interesting graffiti on them. But they literally have cars from everywhere. You're correct, Tyler. Just like the car when they get glazed over the steel, the train do the same thing. I think they just use the best pad or something similar to it on the train, not to do on the car. All right. I'm not touching that one. This is the wrong time of year to see them, Thomas. When the U.S. Sugar kind of stops for like a month or so, CSX will come through here with their big freight, but it doesn't happen very often. As far as I know, Derek, all they make is the cane sugar. I don't think they do high fructose corn syrup or anything like that. You know, my hand was starting to get tired, so got a little shaky there for a second. Well, actually, before the train comes through, I didn't film it. The gates were just starting to come down, and two vehicles flew right through. And how stupid can you be? You know, and people wonder why trains run into cars, right? I didn't realize they were going to do that. I didn't have the camera on it, the phone ready. Otherwise, I would have filmed it. But yeah, two of them actually flew through. You know, what the hell is wrong with it? It's unbelievable. Not yet, Downs. I'll let you know when it's done. So I haven't been in here much. The back's still bothering me. You know, I'm trying to come out here unless I absolutely have to. So now, let's see, they're already hooked up. They detached from the third engine, went back to the second set of rails, picked up another group of cars, like 11 or 12 of them. And then they backed up again and hooked up to the big line. I believe this is the final. Yeah. You see the tunnel motor there. I didn't recognize it at first, but there was another rail fan around there. He laughed and said, "Are those SD40s flying?" He said, "No, they're SD40s, the ones with tunnel motor." Oh shit, it's a tunnel motor. Those unions? I don't know. Well, if there would have been a wreck, I probably would have filmed that. The local was still far enough away, but it was still stupid to run the sign like that. How much of a hurry you gotta be in, right? Yeah, I hear you, Story. It happens more often than not. You just can't fix stupid. They must have picked up a few used tankers too, because some of them look really clean. I don't think they repainted them, but you know, there's no hazardous placards on any of them, so they're not hauling anything dangerous. But there's a few that I don't recognize, so they must have added to their fleet. No fast cars, sorry. My white truck that's leaving, that was one of the railroad workers that I was talking to. Train's picking up speed now. It's cruising pretty good by the time it finally ends. They're doing at least 45 maybe. So we're getting close to the end. I counted there was 82 cars, or 1/4 what they thought they could pull. The one guy said that they were pulling 112,000 tons of combined train weight with what was in the load. That's a lot of weight, man. It was pretty good, I thought. They said that was the first time I caught a three local consist. So it was interesting, but it was just a few days ago. The two SD40s have been recently painted, like in the last couple of days. So I think it was 3 days ago. They had, well, only one of them was out there. It was black. I don't remember the road name on it, but it was a 4-digit road number, which I thought was odd because U.S. Sugar is mostly 3-digit road numbers. But it was jet black, the whole thing. Maybe it was in primer. I don't know. Because there really wasn't any writing except for road numbers, but it was pretty cool. Now, here's an interesting point. Just before the train hits the car and kills the driver goes, "That was stupid," and then stupid is fixed. Yes, it is. Without a doubt. I guess that's one way to fix stupid, right? Unless he gets lucky and lives through it. Thank you, CNCP. Appreciate that. Look at how much the train makes the crossing. Oh, I know. It's a lot. There's some serious weight going on there, man. And when you're that close to it, you feel some of the vibration, you know. So it wasn't too bad because the camera wasn't shaking too much. But, oops, jumped ahead there. All those 3-bay hoppers U.S. Sugar purchased. Curious what the one, yeah. They've got 2-bay, 3-bay, and a few 4-bays. The 2-bays are recent acquisitions, I think, because I haven't seen them prior. So they're constantly adding to their fleet. Like I said, it's unusual. This is the second time I've seen them with a 3-engine consist. So pretty cool. See, very cool catching video, Jim. Going to have to say goodnight, everyone. All right. Well, thanks for coming, Stormy and Steve. We'll see you later, man. Have a good weekend and a safe one, okay? Let's see, I already answered that question. She was a heavy girl. Yeah, she was. Jim, I'm going to send you a video. It's educational. Well, that's all I need, right? I thought I got graduate. Well, I dropped out of school a long time ago. But I'll take it. What the hell? That's always fun. You're never too old to learn something new the way I see it. But I thought I was going to just put out a straight up video. And wife says, "Why don't you put it on your show? The guys will like that." Shit, why not, right? So I think I covered just about everything, I think, so far. Except for the rant. I don't know what the hell I ran about. What can I rant about? I don't know, there's a lot of things I could probably rant about, but it'd be boring. Don't want to bore anybody. Or do I? Now the traffic. Here's a good rant. Traffic in Sebring right now is horrendous. All the damn snowbirds are down here. About 3 out of 4 plates are out of state. The assholes can't drive. You know. I was going to chiropractor, and I was leaving the chiropractor. And my own business in my lane, and there's 6 lanes, so I was in the middle lane. And this idiot in a full size, looked like an F-250 Ford pickup, just slides over in front of me, misses me by maybe 4 or 5 inches. And I'm like, what the fuck were you thinking? Then he steps on his brake to change it to the third lane, to get into the turn lane to go to Home Depot. It's like, dude, why didn't you change lanes long before you got to Home Depot? You know, don't make the lane change last minute. I mean, come on, really? And that's just the way it is. Our government? No, we're not going there. Maybe next time. So, unfortunately, and it only lasts a few months, but we do have our share of tourists here. I don't know why. Sebring is not what I would consider a tourist town. Now, Naples was. Naples has a ton of restaurants. golf, places to shop for clothing and stuff. Where, Sebring is, we're kind of, old school. We don't have a lot here. We have one mall that's about 90% empty. So I don't know what the hell. There's no actual attractions here. Like in Naples, you've got what the hell? Something Gardens. They got it's like a zoo. They got animals. I can't remember what the hell the name of it now, but it's like a zoo, and that's an attraction. They have in Bonita, which is right next door. They have the animals, alligators, and other Florida wildlife. I mean, there's stuff around down there, but up here, there's literally nothing that I'm aware of. And it's a real pain in the ass. Yeah, there you go. Damn sightseers. And that's half of them, I swear, well, they don't know where they're going. They don't look when they change lanes. I've already got sort of clipped. Well, not really clipped, but like brushed by an idiot in a minivan. He brushed my mirror on the passenger side. I had nowhere to go, so I couldn't really, get out of his way. So I'm standing on the horn. Finally, oh shit, there's a car next to me. Yeah. Fucking about time you figured that out, moron. And he swung back over in his own lane. It's like, they put mirrors on vehicles for a reason. Apparently, some people don't know how to use them. And as Derek said, he was talking to his wife on the phone, and she asked him when he was going to finally fix that faucet at Trippin. He says, I'm at Home Depot right now getting the parts, Molly. That could be. You never know. He had tinted windows, so I couldn't tell if he was on the phone or not. He probably was. No, that's in Fort Myers, actually. That's the what the hell, the Buki boat? I think it's what it's called. It's that leaves out of Fort Myers and goes straight to Key West. Yeah, I think it's the Buki boat. I don't know why they call it that. I've never been on it. Supposed to make the ride something like 3 hours. It's a pretty good deal, really. Oh, that's true. They do have the train depot. I forgot about that. Well, that's Debbie. She's on. Hi, Deb. Yeah, that's the way down. That's like down by Four Corners at the other end of town. That's kind of an attraction. It's not great. It's not bad. Gerald says Sebring may be less expensive, but still no snow. Well, I'm hopeful. I still got my fingers crossed. They at least get flurries, Just so I get out there with the camera and say, "Look, it snows in Florida." I saw flurries in Naples years and years ago, back in the '80s. It was a one night thing. It happened like 3:00 in the morning, but it was fucking cold. It was obviously below 30. And there were actual flurries. It didn't stick. It hit the ground and just melt. But yeah, it was snowing. But I did see actually about either a half foot or a foot, I don't remember, of snow in Tampa in 1967. We came down for a visit, and I had an unofficial aunt. I don't know, one of those, make-believe aunts that my parents knew. And we went to visit her in Tampa because we were staying in Miami. And we went up took the car, drove up, rented a car and drove up to Tampa, and there was snow on the ground. And I'm thinking, and even my mother said, I thought it didn't snow in Florida. And my dad said, some parts it does. So it does snow. And there is actually snow. I think there was 2 or 3 inches up in Pensacola and up in the Panhandle. And it's cold as shit, man. It is what it is. Let's see. Hell, they don't even know how to drive in their head. I know. Or put them on in the rain. The law here says when it's raining, you're supposed to put your headlights on. About 6 out of 10 don't do it. It's ridiculous. You can't, especially if it's a really hard downpour. You got to be really careful because you can't see them coming. Or if you're behind them, you don't see them until they hit the brake lights, and usually by that time it may be a little too late. But you can't fix stupid, not legally. Hey, there's Tom. Thomas Grassi, Fort Myers Beach in Naples. Okay. That was Fort Myers Beach. I didn't think they did Naples, do they? They might now. I don't know. But I remember that was a big controversy. They tried to can that thing. They didn't want it. They didn't want it there for some reason. I remember that they had that fight over the Buki boat for like, what was it, 2 or 3 years, and apparently Buki won. Pirate says Sebring and Punta Gorda and Fort Myers were my favorite towns in Florida. Last time I was there 2 years ago, never went to Miami. You ain't missing nothing. Miami's bad. It's severely overcrowded. A lot of Cubans there. I don't have a problem with Cubans, but they cannot drive. They don't pay attention to stop signs, traffic lights, right turn only. They don't care. They just do what they want. And if you're going to drive through there, be alert and be ready for a collision, because if you're not paying attention, one will happen. All right, so we got people up here who drive at night with no headlights. And yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I said you can't fix stupid. You're not allowed to shoot them, so how are you supposed to fix that? That's my beef right now, because when I first came here, we came here in July, right? Yeah, July of 2019. It was off season. So I'm thinking I drove through town to try and find where things were, like Walmart and grocery stores and stuff like that, doing a little exploring. And it's like, this is great. There's no traffic on the road. And there literally wasn't. You'd see a car every now and then, and people, the few that you did see were doing 80, at least. And it's like, I gotta like this place, And then the next year when season hit, and I think season hits around, help me out here, Tom. When does season hit? I'm not sure, but when it hits, boom. It was like night and day. It wasn't as bad as Naples, I can honestly say that, but it's getting pretty damn close. And I have very little patience for that shit. That's true, CNCP. The problem is they don't know they're stupid. It's a bad thing. I guess it is. Well, yeah, actually around November, I think. Usually it depends when it snows up north, or the weather really turns to shit. They all flock to Florida, That's why I'm hoping it'll snow here. Maybe it'll teach them assholes a lesson. See, you can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, works for me anyway. Viruses, CNCP, literally like who allowed these people to live on the road? I'm telling you, I don't really want to tell people, how to conduct their life or anything, but you know what? Have a little courtesy for the people who live and work here, or live and retire here, And Naples was just as bad. You had the same stupidity down there, only 10 times worse, I mean, during the season, Naples is literally bumper to bumper all day, every day. Where here it's still, there's good times to be on the road, and other times it's a little more crowded. But usually when I make doctor's appointments, I like early to mid-afternoon, and that seems to be like the rush up here. That's not really a rush. That's when all the traffic's on the road. So, all right, Thomas, I'll check that out in a little while. Yeah, they mostly stay home for things. Yeah, that's true in most cases, unless it gets cold. Like I said, if they have an early winter, they'll be down sooner. But I wish they would just go home already. Had that snowed. Yes, for sure, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. That's my other pet peeve, though, is I enjoy driving to a certain degree, even though I'm getting older, but I still like to drive fast. I figure if you don't stay on top of it, you lose it. I've been driving fast my entire life, and I don't want to stop now. But it's hard when people are constantly getting in front of you. And the problem is the natives here, the people who live in Sebring, they drive fast. The tourists, not so much, So the speed limit through most of town is between 50 and 55 miles an hour. 27 is, it's a state road, 6 lanes, 3 on each side. So in most cases, you could flat out fly, get where you're going. But when you got these tourists to take up all 3 lanes and do 40 or less, you just want to, push them on their roofs, but you can't legally do that. Dave says, add that snowbird thing in there. Yeah, I'm sure you do, because they don't have to. It doesn't get that cold there, does it? I don't think. Thomas says it's a railroad educational video. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble now. It's Operation Lifesaver. Okay, I'll check it out. Tom Grass says the boat from Fort Myers to Key West is called, now they call it the shuttle. But originally they called it the Buki boat. I don't know why. I never looked into it, but it is technically a shuttle, though. It goes back and forth, like 3 or 4 times a day? I never took it. I was tempted to, though. I need a bumper sticker that says retired, so not in a hurry. Well, and I say that to people, I'm sorry I'm taking some. That's all right. I'm retired. I got all the time in the world, which is sort of true. Some things it doesn't bother me to wait on, but when I'm in the car, I kind of get antsy if I'm, putting around on the road. I want to get where I'm going, and I want to get there now. Yeah. So I'm kind of funny that way, but everything else I don't care, I mean, like I went to the chiropractor and, I was getting ready to pay my bill and phone rings and she says, I got to take it. So that's right. Go ahead. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry. I'm retired, and it doesn't bother me to wait for that. And sometimes it's fun to watch anyway, because the people that always call the doctor, they must say really stupid things, because she was kind of had this smirk on her face. And she finally hung up the phone. She says, I don't think they had a clue what they were talking about. I said, well, it didn't sound good, whatever, judging by your reactions to it. So, it's kind of fun to watch. But and Ray says, here in North Carolina, they use the center line like a slot car. They have no clue what a lane marker is. We don't hear, they don't use the center line here. Well, they like to hug the center line, and that always bothers me, because I try and stay in the middle of the road, the middle of my lane. But sometimes, their tires are right on the line. I'm thinking, shit, this guy's getting really close to it. And I don't know if he's going to change lanes or not. You don't really know what they're going to do. Sometimes you get that feeling what they're going to do, and sometimes I'm right, but a lot of times I just don't know. And I'm going to do one or two things. I'm either going to speed up or slow down to get the hell away from them, because I don't know what the hell they're going to do, And it's very aggravating. I have no patience for that shit at all. The video is about dumbasses getting in the way of a train. There you go. You're giving away the whole plot, man. Thank you, JD. That's better. 29.29. Sounds like Vision, but only better, right? Or no, that would be less than perfect Vision, but close. Older people should be more of a hurry than the younger ones. The older people have less time on the shags. Exactly, right? I don't really look at it that way, but it makes sense. I'm just in a hurry because I don't like dawdling in the car. I mean, I don't want to be one of those froghead old men, flicking through the steering wheel and driving at 5 miles an hour and just pissing people off. I get where I'm going, and if somebody's running faster than me, they're coming up on me, I'll move over if I can. It doesn't bother me any. I'm usually doing anywhere from 10 to 30 over the speed limit. If they're going faster than me, they're running 40 or more. More power to you, and if you get busted, that kind of gives me an early warning, right? Aren't you worried you're going to get a ticket? Yeah, who the fuck cares? The cops drive faster than I do. As long as you don't pass one, you shouldn't have much to worry about. If you pass one and they're doing the speed limit, well, yeah, you're probably going to get popped. But if they're doing 100 and you're doing 100 and you stay behind them, there ain't a damn thing they can do to you, because unless they got their lights and siren on, they're not in illegal pursuit. So you actually have the opportunity to match their speed because they're supposed to be setting an example for the rest of traffic. A lot of people don't know that. You still might get pulled over and ticketed. Take it to court, you will win. I know because I've had a few friends that actually challenged that and won. And I've done it more times. I've never got popped for it. But, if I'm going down the road and I'm doing, say, the speed limit of 5 over and a cop blows me like I'm standing still, well, fuck that. I'm right. I won't be on his ass per se, but I'll be behind him. If he's doing 80 and a 50, I'm doing 80 and a 50, And if he pulls, I've never gotten pulled over, but if he did, I'm just following your lead, man. I figured maybe my speedometer is broken and I'm not going that fast because, you're the sheriff and you should be obeying the speed limit and set an example for the rest of us. I actually did that with a seatbelt. I got pulled over for not wearing a seatbelt because I don't wear them. And the sheriff, because he had his window down. I don't remember why, but I could tell he wasn't wearing a seatbelt when he went to pass me and pull me over. So he says, sir, you weren't wearing your seatbelt. Well, neither were you. Well, don't you feel safer with I said, well, you obviously don't. I don't either. I don't want to wear them. I'm not going to wear them. He says, all right, well, just drive safely then. Yeah, no problem. And he walked away, because if he'd have wrote me for a ticket for one, there wasn't one of two ways I could either made a citizen arrest and wrote him a ticket for it, or if it did go to court, I would have taken it to court. I would have beat it anyway because there ain't no way. If he ain't wearing one, I don't have to wear one either because he ain't no better than I am. So, it's just the way it is. Anywhere I go isn't that far. What will I say? 1 or 2 minutes? No, that's true. That's one way to look at it. I do it mostly for the fun of it because a lot of times you don't really get there any quicker because some moron will slow you down anyway. But it keeps you sharp. I know that sounds weird, but I've actually studied the history of it. The logic of it, I guess, for lack of a better term. It's like anything else. If you do something and continue to do it, you won't lose it as a rule. A lot of old people don't drive because they start slowing down. Maybe because they don't have a choice, I don't know, or maybe because they just figured, I don't have anywhere to be, I'm going to drive a little slower. Problem is, when you do that, whatever edge you had before, you lose. It's not just driving, it's anything that you're accustomed to doing. If you stop doing it, you will lose the ability to do it at some point, or at least have a degraded ability to do it. And driving is definitely no exception. So, yeah, I hear you, Andy. I'm kind of the same way. I mean, I don't use my car that much. It really does sit in the garage more than it's on the road. I mean, now, because I have nowhere to go, most of my shopping I do online. The only time I really use the car is to see doctors, to go grocery shopping, or go visit maybe Tom sometimes. And that's really the only time I really use the car. Otherwise, screw it. I stay home, So it's just the fact. That's why I said I wish they'd lower my insurance because I'm paying for like daily use of the car that I'm not actually using. Tom says, I told my kids to shoot me if they ever see me driving and looking to the steering wheel. Yeah, I hear you. Now, I remember in the old days, that was a common thing. You'd see some, 80-year-old woman. She probably stood about 4'9". She got in the car. I guess the seats back in those days, they didn't raise. Like the one of my Mercury, I've got it up all the way because I'm only 5'6". I'm not, and Fords are really built for men that are 6 foot and above. They really are. So I have to have the seat all the way up, But you'd see these old ladies driving Cadillacs, literally looking through the steering wheel, So I used to call them frog heads because that's kind of what it looked like if you're looking at a frog that would be behind the wheel of a car. And, and they always drove cars that was so big. I mean, you would think, and that was the weird thing. I had a landlord, he was 6'3". What did he drive? An MG midget. He had to put the top down because he actually looked over the windshield. He wore glasses. Otherwise, they probably have busted him because, he gets shit in his eyes. But that's how tall he was. That car was not built for somebody 6'3", He said he said a lot of times he felt like he was riding a go-kart. Well, why don't you get a bigger car? Well, one of a sports car. They make sports cars that are bigger than that. And faster. Get a Porsche, for Christ's sake. And then you see these, I said 4'9" old ladies that are in their 80s driving these big sleds, the Cadillacs, Lincolns. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Anthony says 80% of left lane drivers will never get over. That's true, unfortunately. Now I'm not like that. I favor the left lane, but if somebody's coming up on me, I will move over for them as long as I'm safely able to. Because hey, you want to drive faster than me? Go for it. I don't care. It doesn't bother me any. Like I said, generally I'm doing anywhere from 10 to 30 over the speed limit. On I-75, 6 lanes, 3 on each side. Speed limit 70. I average 85, 90. And I've been known to do 100 on occasion, So, and I'm not alone. Other cars are doing it too, So it's like big deal, Hey, here in Orlando, we have the 408 bypass. I'm familiar with that. Speed limit 50. If you're not doing 70, you were. Oh, absolutely. I've been on that road before. And you're absolutely right. You either run or get run over. And people, they'll get right up your ass if you don't do the same speed they're doing. Like I said, I don't want to get hit. I don't want to really disrupt traffic anyway. And a lot of places I've been to, like Cincinnati, Ohio is the same way. First time I went through Cincinnati, Ohio, I borrowed my dad's Thunderbird. He had I don't remember what year, 78, I think. It was one of the bigger ones. Because I wanted to see my sister in Indiana. So I took 75 up through, Cincinnati. It was raining like a bitch. You couldn't see past the hood of the car. And most of the guys were doing 85 and 90. I'm like, well, shit, I better stay with them because I don't want to cause an accident. But it was a white knuckle drive, let me tell you, because you couldn't see that good. I mean, it was pouring hard. And like I said, I couldn't believe it. People were passing me like I was standing still. And I'm doing 80, 85 in a 70, But that's just the way it is. But usually I will follow traffic wherever I go. If everybody's doing 100, I'll do 100. I don't care. If they're doing 40, then I'm going to be a little pissed. But what are you going to do? But that's pretty much the way it works. Police responding to a robbery or house is on emergency call was not supposed to use. Well, they're still supposed to use their lights, Derek. Siren, I understand, to come in quiet, but they should still have their lights on. At the very least, their emergency flashers to let you know that they are in a pursuit. That's the way I read the laws here in Florida. And if they're not utilizing any of the above, you may drive as fast as they are. Just don't pass them because they will pop you, So it's not a lot of people know that. Like I said, I've known it, and I've tested it on many occasions. Never got popped for it. Sometimes it pisses them off, but oh well. If you want to play, you gotta let everybody else play with you. It's good to stay in shape, to stay sharp. Yeah, no, that's true, and that's I think a lot of it. When I drive fast, I have to be alert. I can't daydream when I'm doing 20 over, And it does keep you sharp. It keeps your mind sharp. It keeps your reflexes sharp. Now, my reflexes aren't as good as they used to be, but I'm not bragging here. But when I was in high school, they had it was a reflex test. It's a machine you had to stick your face in while you're pretending to drive, and you had to hit the brake. The little brake that lay out on the floor, and it would measure your reaction time from the time you saw you needed to stop to the time you actually did stop. I was rated number 1 in the class. My reflexes were so fast, they actually tested me a few extra times because they thought either I was cheating or there was something wrong with the machine. But I really did have very good reflexes, and it's coming in, saved my ass a few times. Plus, I tend to try and read what other drivers are doing. Like I'll be going down the road, my wife will freak out. That car, he's not going anywhere. How do you know? I just know. There's something about the movement of the car and the way the person's sitting in the car. If I can see it, sometimes their windows are tinted. I can't see the driver, but if I see the car creeping, even at like a quarter mile an hour, I figure he's waiting for. He's going to pull out in front, and 9 times out of 10 they do, if they're doing that. So I'm looking for that constantly. I say I drive I try and see so far ahead while I'm driving that I try and predict what other drivers are going to do. So far, I've done pretty good. Knock wood. May not be the smartest way to run things, but it works for me. So, but there's a lot of damn dummies out there. We call them left lane. Tom Grash is at Georgia. We call them left lane dicks. Yeah, absolutely. Do they have big blue pills for driving? No, they don't. They probably should, though. All right, Dave. We'll see you later. Have a good evening and a safe weekend, and we'll see you next time. Just got 2 boxes of rocks from Amazon. You can't elaborate on that, Dave? I'm not sure I understand the actual premise of what that means. Is it literal rocks or what? And Pirate says, sorry, Jim, I got... No, that's cool. Not a problem. You didn't miss too much. Just me bitching about shit. And all the old men wore a hat, too. Yeah, back in the day. I mean, I'm not a hat person, but if it was still fashionable, like in the 30s and 40s, for men to wear hats, I probably would have wore one, the fedora. I had a fedora a long time ago, but I didn't wear it much because I don't like the pressure on my head, But hey. Oh, aquarium decorations. Okay. Now I get it. The little rocks that go on the bottom. Yeah. I'm not going to touch it any further than that. Oh my God, them little old ladies that do that crack me and my old lady up. I feel that guy, my old lady's cruise is too small for me. Yeah, I hear you, Fire. It's funny, without a doubt. Gerald says my Spitfire was fun to drive. Never had one. I did drive one once, though. They are fun to drive, but not if you're like 7 foot tall. I was short enough where I could drive those cars comfortably. But I've always noticed, why isn't these big guys drive small cars and little old ladies drive big cars? It should be like the other way around, Now I had a friend, Bill. He was about 6'3" or 6'4". I can't remember exactly. He was big though, tall wise, and he couldn't drive a normal car because he didn't fit the damn thing. So he always drove pickup trucks, mostly Fords, because they said Ford trucks are definitely designed for 6 foot and up tall men. I drove an F-150 for a while for the place I was working at, like a company truck, and it had a 4-speed on the floor. But in order to push the clutch, and I'd have the seat practically all the way forward on it. I mean, I wasn't short, but the normal position for the seat was for a longer person, so I had to pull the seat way up to be able to push the clutch in. I didn't mind it. It was still, I liked driving the truck. They said if I would love to have bought one, but I didn't have the money for it. But yeah, Ford vehicles are generally designed for taller people, where GMs are designed normally for short people. Just a personal, thing that I've noticed over the years. Ray says, I had a girlfriend was 4'9", had to use a stool to get into, and pillows to drive my. Oh, I'm sure. That's kind of what I feel like now, much because of the stroke. I have a hard time picking up my right leg, the bum leg, into my Ford Ranger. If we were any taller, I wouldn't be able to get in the damn thing. Oh, well, I was looking at an F-150 I almost bought before I got the Ranger, and they had a little step there on the side, which was real handy because that was the only way I could get in the damn thing. You know, it was only two-wheel drive, but it sat fairly high for a two-wheel drive. I still would have bought it because I liked it, but they kind of lied about the price, and I said, the advertised price I think was like $1,500, and I went there cash in hand, ready to buy it, and then they said, do you want us? Yeah, go ahead and get the paperwork out. We'll do the deal. And comes out with a contract that's 5,000 and some, and I'm going, well, wait a minute. It says 1,500 on the windshield. Oh yeah, but there's fees. You tell me the fees are more than what the truck costs? Well, they're there. I said, well, you take your truck and shove it up your ass, you know. So I walked away from it. I mean, the truck, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't pristine either for that kind of money. I said, I'll give you 1,500 for it all day long. I think I offered her 2,000 for it. 2,000 would have been a good deal, but there was no way of paying a penny more than that. So deal didn't happen. Yeah, I've been on the Beltway before, not recently, but I remember I was back there. It was still 55, and you're right. Minimum speed's probably 80 or 90. My car broke down. I had a '65 Chevelle. And we were traveling the East Coast at the time, me and my first wife. And the fucking car broke down right on the Beltway, one of the bridges. You talk about a nerve-wracking experience. The traffic is flying by. It's vibrating the bridge. I'm trying to fix the damn car. I'm in the breakdown lane, right? And some black guy, a road worker, I got the car running again. He tried to slow traffic down so I could get back in. He almost got killed. I said, dude, go back to them. They're going to run you down. I don't think they care. I'll just wait for an opening and I'll get in. And I had to wait like 20 minutes for an opening to actually fly in there. But that's not a fun place to drive. Hey, y'all can keep that place. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I remember seeing a dwarf once. He was driving it was a Lake and Town car. And he looked normal while he was sitting in the car. We both pulled in almost simultaneously into a 7-Eleven, and I was over to the left of him, and he shuts the car off. He opens the door, and next thing I don't see anybody. The guy's about 3 foot tall, right? He goes in the store. He's obviously a dwarf, so I get out of the car. I couldn't help but he didn't have tinted windows, so I was able to look in the car. There was a seat riser about like this on the front seat, and there were blocks on the pedals about almost a foot thick. And that was the only way he could drive it. A son of a bitch, man, that's got to be rough to drive like that, But you would have never known. I mean, sitting in the car, he looked normal. Not that he wasn't normal, but you know what I mean. Looked like he was probably about 5'7", 5'10". Who knows? See, Pirate says Ray, my old lady is 5'2". I'm 6'3". Her cruise fits her good, not me. My monster truck 25. She hates, but she loves you sit as high as a semi driver. She can barely get in. Yeah, that's tough to get in those trucks. But Tom says I pass state troopers a lot on the roads. I drive to work regularly. They do not even bat an eye. Well, I'm surprised because Jersey, when I was a kid, it was kind of weird. Now, I didn't witness it per se, but I had heard as I got a little older before we moved down here that if you were on the Garden State Parkway, the troopers would actually, if you wanted to run them, they would let you. But the deal was, if you won, you were fine. But if you lost, you'll get the ticket. I don't know how true it was. That was the story. But this is back in the 60s, and they were driving some pretty quick cars back then. But there were guys that had built cars that, that would run them. I mean, I remember, sitting on my dad's lap, six or 7 years old, on the Garden State Parkway, and I would steer the car. He would work the pedals because I couldn't reach him, obviously. But I remember looking at the speedometer. I think the speed limits were 75 back then, because I remember him either doing 75 or 80 miles an hour. I know the speed limits were higher before they did that old bullshit 55 bullshit. But like I said, I don't. Maybe they don't care now. I don't know. Like I said, who knows? Hard telling. Raymond, hey Raymond, how you doing? Good to see you here. So if you get a pet rock, be sure you get it fixed. Yeah, you don't want that thing procreating, you know. A pet rock. I never bought one. I was tempted. I have a few friends that bought them though, so I actually got to handle one. It's like it's just a stupid rock. But I remember the package it came in actually came with instructions on how to teach your pet rock to do tricks. I'll leave it at that. Ray says Dave ordered them to see if they turn the chip. Yeah, there you go. Anthony says I passed a few troopers in North Carolina, South Carolina, 995 and 85. Figured they were napping on the roadside. Yeah, maybe. I said they're kind of. I don't like messing with them. I've only once have I not gotten a ticket from a trooper, and I guess he was just in a. I was doing 10 over, and and back then things were different. I got out of the car, had my license stuff ready, and he didn't bat an eye. And he says, so you were doing 10 over. I said, yeah, I know. He says, so you admit it? I said, well, you play, you pay, you get caught. That's the way it works. He said, I've never had anybody just be so cool about it. And I said, well, it's the way it is. So he gave me a warning, But I've had other troopers, some of them, they're real assholes, some of them, if you're a mile over, even though you won't win in court, but you'll win, but they'll hit you for a mile, 2 miles over the speed limit, which is ridiculous because the speedometer in my car, for example, is actually 2 miles an hour off compared to the GPS signal. So my speedometer might be saying 70, but I'm really doing 68. It's actually a little off on the plus side. But I don't generally use the speedometer. I use the GPS anyway to track my speed because it's more accurate. So it is what it is. All right, Andy. Well, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us. And you too have a safe and fun weekend. And we'll see you next time. Jones, so I had a teacher in high school who would drive his Beetle with his head out the sunroof. That's just not right either. That's funny, though. Fire says, I hate that shit so much. The dealer hidden the fees working in dealership. I'd seen that and always owned. I know. Well, they did the same thing on my Riata. I bought that off a dealer. It was used. It was an 89 Riata. I bought it in 98, I think. 97, 98. Had low mileage on 65,000 on it, which wasn't too bad. So, I financed it. Then I put $100 dealer fee on there and some other stupid fee. By the time I got through, it was almost $11,000. What happened to $10,000 we agreed on? I made an issue of it, and they actually did back it down to $10,000 even. Because I told them, I said, I don't need the car that fucking bad. I like the car, but not bad enough to spend another $1,000 on it. So I was surprised that they, came down a little bit, but you can't trust the dealers. Like you said, they're assholes. You can always find a rock in the wall, but it wouldn't be a pet rock. Pet rock. I heard about that from my grandparents and mom. Yeah, they were real popular back in the late 70s, early 80s, I think. I don't remember exactly, but they were like $10 to buy one. It came in a little silk lined box with an instruction sheet on how to take care of it and how to train it. It's just, it's another example of how stupid can we be. Apparently it works. There's an interstate up here in Michigan. The speed limit is 75. But let's just say everybody does 90. For average, not going to admit to 95. Yeah, I hear you. I do whatever, my mother, I remember saying, my mother said, if everybody jumped off a cliff, would you fall? I said, no, that's different. But if everybody's doing 100 mile an hour down the road, hell yeah, I'll follow them. Don't trust AutoNation. Yeah, I hear you. I wouldn't. I don't trust any of them, to be honest with you. Yeah. My dad bought the second Grand Marquis he bought. It was I think it was a 90. It was kind of a piece of shit, but he bought it brand new off the lot. You know, it was not something he ordered, but he got a good deal on it and all. They talked him into buying that silver car, what do you call it, man? I can't think of the word. Warranty on it, silver warranty. Paid $1,200 for the warranty. Supposed to cover bumper to bumper. Then they got to tell him it was covered the front bumper, the rear bumper, nothing in between. Anyway, he had the car literally for one day. He went in, he was going to go to the store, he went to try and start it, wouldn't run. So they called up the Ford dealer and said, look, there's something wrong with the car, it won't start. So they came, they picked it up, and they looked at it, and they said, well, it's going to cost you, I think they wanted something like $1,800 to fix it. The entire fuel injection system laid down on it. I mean, everything. So he says, well, I got the silver insurance. He says, well, that doesn't cover that, sir. So he was kind of mad, so he calls me up. He says, you know, they're ripping me off. He says, I paid $1,300 for this extra insurance. And if the car, you know, it's brand new, it should be under warranty anyway. And they won't cover it. They want $1,800. Well, let me go down there and talk to them. My dad loved it when I went down to talk to people because I got results. So I did. I said, look, here's the deal. You're going to fix the fucking car, or you're going to give the man all his money back, right down to the last penny. You either do that or fix the car. You're going to give him back the $1,300 for your bullshit warranty program that don't cover anything, and we'll all be happy. And he says, well, you know, it's not. I said, but it is the way it works, and that's what you're going to do. And trust me, if you don't do this, I will have you in court. I will get much more money than what you're going to make on this car to begin with. You're going to be paying me. This is the deal. Fix the car free of charge. Refund his $1,300 for the bullshit warranty program, and everybody goes home happy. They did, believe it or not. You know. I mean, what the hell is wrong with these people? You know, that's the dealers. They said they'll kiss your ass until you sign the papers. Then you're on your own. When I bought the Riata, the air conditioning let go on it like 3 months after I bought the car. Needed a compressor. So I figured, well, shit, it had a 6-month warranty on it. I'll take it back. Well, the warranty states they will pay half of whatever it costs to fix, even though they fix it in-house. So I kind of figured, I knew what they were going to do, and they did. So I brought it over. I said, look, the compressor needs to be replaced. What's it going to cost me? He says, well, you're under warranty, so we're going to charge you 50%. They wanted $600 was the 50%. I said, I could buy a new compressor for $140. I could put it in myself, and even if I charged myself $80 an hour, I still wouldn't be anywhere near $600 for 50%. I says, what you really mean is you'll pay 50% after you bump it up $200, right? So I want to fix it up myself because, like I said, it was so much cheaper to do it. They were easy to do because it was on top of the motor, not on the bottom. I mean, they're all full of shit when you get down to it. You know? I don't trust them as far as I can fart. That ain't far. I'll take your word for it. And Tom says, I was racing a Corvette going to Hartford, Connecticut on the Merritt Parkway, going 140 plus. A state trooper pulled me over and asked me how fast I was going because it didn't register on his radar. He let me go. There you go. I think they fixed that problem, though, lately. I think their radar units go up to 200 now. But if you go over 200, they can't get a clock on you. I mean, look, you know, I don't see the problem. If it should be set up to where you go as fast as you want. If you fuck up and cause an accident, then they nail your ass to the wall. Maybe you'll get some jail time. You're definitely going to have to pay somebody, you know. If you kill somebody, well, life for life. But if you're going down the road, I don't care if you're doing 10 over or 200 over. If you're not causing any problems and not causing accidents, really, who the fuck cares? You know, doesn't bother me. I tell you, that one time I was going through downtown Chicago in a rental car. I had the pedal to the metal all the way. It wouldn't go no more. I was doing about 110, maybe 112. That's all a fucking car would do, right? This fucking idiot, I shouldn't call him an idiot, but a guy in an old Honda Civic or what, some Honda, blew by me, so he had to be doing 160. I mean, literally, boom. I'm doing 112. And he blew me like I was sitting still, you know? I mean, people were crazy in downtown Chicago. The speed limits obviously meant nothing. There were no cops. All the cops were outside of the city. Once you got out of city limits, you better do the speed limit because otherwise the troopers out there were pulling people for doing 5 over, you know. But I don't give a shit. I don't care if you do 200 mile an hour as long as you don't run into me. We got no problem. Yeah. I'd rather pay a lot for an American Girl doll than a few bucks for a rock I can find. Well, you can find cheap whores anywhere. I don't know about now, but years ago, you go to Immokalee and get the Mexican girls. They were $5. I mean, you got bonuses with them, BD, whatever, but crabs, who knows what, but $5. I never took any of them up. But I had a friend that did. He was loaded with all kinds of STDs. He didn't care. Dave says, never could figure out why people would pay money for a rock when you could find its twin outside of the ground. That's a good point, Dave. Without a doubt. Fastest I gone was 160 plus in a new Corvette. That shit's way too addicting. Yes, it is. I actually broke 198. That was the best I've ever done. I was shooting for 200. I was actually driving a customer. He was with me at the time. He was taking the car back, so he didn't care. A Dodge Viper with the V10, 5-speed, 6-speed, excuse me. And we got on I-75 on Sunday morning with no traffic. And I got up to 198. I was pushing for 2. I got a bad vibration in it, scared me. So I backed down because I figured I didn't want this thing coming apart at 198 mile an hour with me in it. So I didn't break my 200 that I wanted to because prior to that, my top speed was 168 in a 66 split window Stingray Corvette that I put a 427 in. That was a fast car. But I wanted to beat that. I really wanted to do 200. It's like a on my bucket list, Didn't quite make it. But I had the opportunity of a lifetime because the guy bought the car. He was an old guy, like in his late 60s. He bought it for his 60-year-old wife, his late 60-year-old wife, and she couldn't drive the thing. So she said, you have to take this back. She said, he had more money than brains. He was a nice guy and all, but, I don't know what the hell he was thinking. I think he really wanted it for himself, but tried to present as a gift for her, So, but she made him take it back. So he came over to my shop and he says, "You want to ride it?" And I said, "No, I want to drive it." He was serious. I said, "Yeah." I said, "Man, if you're okay with it, how fast have you taken it?" I've done about 100 in it. I said, "Man, you ain't even got a third gear yet." I said, that car will do 215 from what I understand. He says, "Really?" I said, "Oh yeah." Speedometer went up to 230 on it. I mean, we wouldn't do 230, but still, he says, if you're serious, you want to drive it, tell me when to bring it over. We'll take it out. I said, Sunday morning is the only time it's safe on the interstate because there won't be any traffic, including cops. And going that fast, you don't want anything getting in your way. So he came over. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning. We met, drove it out to 75 and lit it up, and man, that fucking thing was fast, but it was dangerous. That was the biggest piece of shit of a car I ever seen. He gave almost $100,000 for it. And it was like 96,000 and change. I said, "Dude, what were you thinking when you bought this thing?" Well, it looked cool. I go, "Yeah, but it's a big piece of shit. It's dangerous." I said, it was basically, I don't know. I don't remember if the body was plastic or not on it. I don't remember, but it was just a very flimsy car, Didn't ride real well either. It was a rough ride. So, but that was That's my personal top speed, and I don't think I'll ever beat that. The cops in Chicago don't give a damn what speed limit. That's probably true, Thomas. They didn't seem to care, you know. All right, Dave, thanks for hopping in, and you have a safe and fun weekend, and we'll see you next time. And see, Pirates, when I was working on this customer's 2019 Corvette doing a radio replacement, he told me I wanted you to go as fast as you can, and I went balls to the wall with that, did a couple of burnouts and drifted it cool. I've never driven a new, I think the newest Corvette I drove was what was the first year of the fourth generation? 2010 maybe? I don't remember. But it was one of the newer versions that came off where it was kind of a wider car. And the guy brought it in for service, and it was a serviceability problem. He wanted me to drive it. So I didn't go that fast. I think I did, like you said, about 150 in it. And I don't like vets as a rule. I really don't, especially the newer ones. I've driven a few. Like I drove a 2005 vet, a 2012 vet. I think I drove. And I'm just not impressed with them. I'm not a vet person, you know. They look nice, kind of. The new ones, I think, look like Ferrari. So, you know, I don't know why they got away. I mean, vets have been weird. The only vets I really liked were the old split windows, you know, the 60s cars. Those were cool. I had a friend who had I think it was a 71 or a 72 Corvette. Those were the Shark, the Mako style things, you know. I drove that a couple times, and I didn't like it either. He says, I don't know. I love my vet. You know, you keep your fucking vet, you know. So, no, I've driven a lot of different cars, but just never been a vet guy. Now it's more since I've seen people going to Louisville. I've seen a few people going 180. They pass the cops, and well, you know, a lot of twos. You know, the cops, they know they can't catch you. Yeah. Like my first wife, we had our second baby. You know, I was smart. I took advantage of any time I could get away with speeding. You know, I was driving a Corvair. I had it doing 115. That was all that car would do. Through downtown Naples at about 11, 12 o'clock at night. I don't remember exactly. And I mean, I blew through. I mean, I hit the horn and flashed the lights, but I blew lights and everything. And I saw two cops. They were sitting there facing the highway. They didn't even bother to start their cars. You know, they just, fuck it. We're not messing with him. By the time they would have got on the road, I'd have been long gone anyway, you know. But and it was legal to do it because, you know, it's considered an emergency. So I really wasn't worried about getting popped, you know. And my ex-wife, she was cool with speed. She liked speed, and she trusted me 100%, you know. So that's the thing. When we first started dating, I was driving her Dodge Dart, you know, and it was an old one, like a 66 or something like that. But I was going around a bend in Bonita Springs, and I pulled it kind of a little too fast, but I didn't lose control of the car or anything. But she got scared and grabbed my arm. Almost lost control of the car when she grabbed my arm because, you know, I'm steering with it, you know, and I like brushed her away real quick. Don't ever do that, you know. You have to trust me. I know how to drive. I'm an excellent driver. You know, and from that point on, it was never a problem. But it was that first time I think she just didn't know. And it scared her because, I mean, I pulled that curve probably about 70 miles an hour. And it probably wasn't really designed to do more than 45 or 50, you know. But like I said, I drive a car and I pretty quickly figure out what it's capable of. And I never push a car beyond its limits because I don't like getting in wrecks, you know. So far, I haven't. Let's see. Hellcats are fun too. The balls on them. Worked on one and all that. Oh yeah, absolutely. I never drove one of those. Unfortunately, I was already out of the business. But they look fast. I'm pretty sure they are. 63 split window. Absolutely, JD. Cool car. Nasty ride. Thing rolled like a fucking log wagon. And it was tight. I mean, that was an actual cockpit. You were in that thing. And if you did get in a wreck, you were going to die. You know, but you were pretty well secure in the seat. And, and I did that in Naples Park down 8th Street, 2-lane road, single lane on each side. There was no stop signs. I really, thank God nobody ran a stop sign because I would have been instantly killed. Probably they would have too. I got up to 168 before I was starting to run out of road and I had to start braking. I don't know how fast that car would have went, Well, there was no tag on it because we just finished putting the engine in it. The guy hadn't got it street legal yet, but the deal was I would help him put the engine in if I could drive it just once after we got the engine. And he honored his promise. So, and I was young. I was 16 at the time? Yeah, more balls than brains. It was pretty stupid looking back on it, but I survived it. Pirate says we had a Jeep Trackhawk come in, did a couple of launches on them, and had one break during our break. That sucks. Typical though. Curtis says the 69 Cuda was better. I drove one of those, believe it or not. I had a friend who had one. And that was a fun car to drive. Very quick for what it was. I don't remember what engine. It had a V8 in it, but I don't remember what it had. It was a 318 probably. Maybe even a 340. I don't know. Or maybe it could have been a 383. I really don't remember now that I think about it. But it was a fun car to drive. I drove a lot of different cars. I was lucky when I was younger. People trusted me for some reason. My next door neighbor, I was dating her daughter, and her boyfriend, he had 2 cars. He had a Lincoln Town Car, and he had a Mustang convertible. He named the Mustang the Muskrat, and that was his baby. I mean, nobody touched that car, right? Ever, except for him. Well, I was over there one evening with my girlfriend, and he comes over. He says, he hands me $20. He says, take the Muskrat and go away. He'll come back for 2 or 3 hours. It's not a problem, I mean, I had a license and I was legal to drive, but, I was surprised that he would let me drive his car. I didn't abuse it or anything. It was a beautiful car. I mean, it was pristine, absolutely. But, I take the top down and drove it. And when he didn't have, if he brought in the Lincoln Town Car, that car was cool. It was, I don't remember what year it was. I think it was like one of the first ones. Maybe it was a 70 or something like that, but you could fold down all the seats inside and it was like one big bed. He showed me how to do it, right? I'm thinking, okay. So one night, once again, he come over to visit my girlfriend's mother. He hands me $20. He says, here, take the Lincoln and go away. He got laid, I got laid in his car. What the hell? But, people trusted me with their cars. It was weird. I mean, I wouldn't abuse that trust, but it just, I don't know what it was, why people trusted me so much, It didn't matter who it was, here, take the car, or not a big deal. Like I must have had one of those trustworthy faces or something. I don't know. Mopar, no car. I'll tell you, JD, I was never really a Mopar guy. I had a Dodge van. That's as close as I've come to anything Mopar. I had a Dodge Tradesman 100, a 71. Straight 6, 3 on the column. That was a good truck. I liked it, but that was the only Chrysler product I ever owned. I had a few Fords, a lot of GMs, Buick, Pontiac, Cadillac, Oldsmobile, They were all great cars. I liked them, but I've never really had too much. I mean, I drove a few other people's cars, Chrysler. A friend had a Roadrunner. I was a 71 Roadrunner with 383, 4-speed. That car was wicked. I just had another friend had a Barracuda. There's a few other Chryslers I drove too. I had another guy. He took what the hell was it? It was a Chrysler. I want to say a Newport, but I'm not 100% sure. It was a big sled. I think it was a 67 or 68. Beautiful car. He completely restored. He was so picky about it. He wouldn't let anybody car unless they had socks on and took their shoes off before they got in the car. He wouldn't let you in even in their barefoot. You had to be wearing shoes. Take the shoes off before you put your feet on the carpet. But that car, you could eat off any part of it. And he actually let me drive that car once. I was so surprised because that was like his baby. Yeah. Unbelievable. Hey, Effie says that's a good one there. 69 cute Cougar, 383. They have a 383 in those? I don't remember. Still, Cougars, nice cars. I drove a few later model Cougars. None of the early ones, though. Gerald says the 70 Hemi Cuda was the hottest car. Yeah, that's a cool car. Never drove one. Not a 70 anyway, but they were fast cars too, man. I was trying to think. Chrysler had a lot of fast cars, you know. And I remember when I was a kid, my neighbor across the street, his last name was True Love. My mother used to make fun of him all the time, you know. There's True Love out there making love with his girlfriend, you know. Must be true love. Anyway, him and his brother and the dad, back in those days, you can order a kit car from Chrysler. Well, you know, Chrysler. He bought a, I can't remember what the hell. It might have been a Roadrunner. I don't remember. Maybe it was a Super B. I don't remember. But it was one of those cars, and you order everything you want. I don't know what it cost them. It was probably pretty cheap back then, probably $3 or $4 grand. And they literally ship the car to you in boxes. You assemble everything. It's a kit car. It comes with a big, thick instruction manual. Tells you how to do everything. And he had a 440 Ford, 440 with tri-power, I think it was. Had the 4-speed transmission. I think he might have been 411 gears for the back. I don't remember. All this stuff that they offered that you could buy in the car, and it was a kit car. It took him about 4 months to build the thing, him and his brother and dad. Beautiful car when they got done with it, though. The only thing they couldn't do was paint it. They had to take it to a paint shop and have it painted. But everything else was basically ready to go. And it's a shame they don't do that anymore because that was the coolest idea. And if they'd have done it when I was ready to buy a car, I probably would have bought one because I like putting shit together. That's pretty cool. 71 Chevelle, another cool car. I had a 65 Chevelle SS. That was my favorite car. I bought that off a Preacher. Had side pipes, wide tires in the back, chrome wheels. They were the, tell that out on it. Had Kragers on it. I got rid of the Kragers and put chrome reverse with the baby moons on it. I liked them better than the Kragers. But I kept the side pipes. Had a 283 in it. I ultimately blew that motor up. I bought a 327 300 horse, blew that up. Bought another 327 350 horse, blew that up. And I did actually buy a 375 horse 327, and I hatched that one too. But it had the Philly heads on it, so I kept the heads, got rid of the motor, bought another 283 out of a station wagon, swapped out the put the Philly heads on it, built the motor. It was pushing well over 400 horse. And then I couldn't keep anything behind it. 11 transmissions, 2 rear ends, and busted the rear frame section twice. Couldn't keep my foot out of it and couldn't keep breaking shit. Finally got rid of the car. I wish I'd have kept it, though. Pirate says, I almost bought a rust-free mint pristine roller with body of a Grand National no motor and trans was going to build it from a guy down the road. Had cash in hand, the asshole walked up with $15K in his hand. Holy shit. Yeah, those are nice cars, too, the Grand Nationals. That'd be a good car to build. Yeah, I bet you were. All right, JD. Well, enjoy your dinner, and thanks for coming, and have a safe and fun weekend, and we'll see you next time. Okay, CUDA 383. I was trying to figure a Cougar with a 383. I don't remember Ford making a 383. They had was a 389? No. What the hell did they have? They had 351, and they also had a 390. That's what it was. Couldn't remember there for a minute, but yeah, they never had a 383. I didn't think. All right, you're forgiven. You caught yourself. See, so there you go. 446 pack, 426 Hemi, 440 mag, 383 mag. Yeah, all good motors. Serious runners. I knew a guy had a 440 with a 6-pack in it. I never drove it. I rode in it, though, a few times. I'll tell you what, that thing scared the shit out of you. It was so fast. 70 Superbird, 426 Hemi. Yeah, there you go. You got a lot of great cars, man. Boys coming home from NAM in the late 60s, early 70s had a neighborhood full of Mopars. Yeah, that's true. A lot of them did. They bought, I had a guy live behind me. That was in the early 70s. He had a Dodge, what was it? A Dodge, it was a smaller one, Dodge Duster. He had a 383 in that fucking thing. Holy shit, did that thing run, you know? He only had one leg, but he can outrun a two-legged guy. I mean, he had, prosthetic on, but with the prosthetic, he can outrun most two-legged guys. Cool guy, That was a long time ago. But he was a vet from Vietnam. Sliders, there you go. Now the Pontiac. Yeah, I like the Fire. I had a Firebird. I had a what year was mine? Shit, I gotta think about it now. 84. I had an 84 Firebird. I paid $1,100 for it. It actually was the only year that Firebird had a 4-cylinder in it, an automatic transmission. Well, I ripped that out pretty quick. I built a 350 Pontiac motor, big block. Put a 4-speed behind it. And it was a built motor. That car ran, man, let me tell you. Matter of fact, I used to stand on it so many times that I had a friend, he did body work, and I said, what would you charge me to put T-tops on this thing because of that, straight roof? And I was updating the car with everything, I put gauges in it, factory gauges. It didn't have none. It was a base model car. So I was fixing it up, and I went to the boneyard, and I bought a T-top section of the roof with the T-tops for like $100, and brought it back to the shop. And I said, Rick, I said, what would you charge me? He said, no, I'll do it for free, no problem. So he proceeded to cut the old roof off, and when he did, the passenger quarter just flopped on the ground. It actually tore the welds from the inner fender well. It took 4 of us to put it back up, have him tack it, because I torque twisted it too many times and actually pulled the welds apart on it. Didn't know it. The roof was holding it together. That was kind of hard on most of my cars, unfortunately. Yeah, they did have a 429. That was a serious motor, too. Grandpa Rails. Yeah, he's got a knowledge of all the good cars. 69 AMX with 390 4-speed. Drove one of those. I don't remember if it was a 69 or not, but I remember it was an AMX. Pretty quick car, really. I had a guy down in Bonita. He took one of those. I think it was a 69. It was 69 or 60 or 70. They took out the stock motor, and they put fucking blown 500 cubic inch motor in it. The blower on it. Fucking blower was sticking like this far out of the hood. That was it wasn't street legal, obviously. It was a drag car, but man, was that thing quick. It was cool. Hey, Crazy Caleb, how you doing, man? It is a long time. Where you been? Good to see you again. Glad you're here, man. We're talking cars at the moment. We already went. So you have to watch the replay. I have a cool video doing some rail fanning of the sugar train with narration, and we did pretty good. So check the replay when we get done here. We've got Del Marva Rail Fan. Hey, Rail Fan, how you doing? Hey there, Jim Tedesco. How you been? It's been a while since I've been on here. I always love your live stream and try not to miss any of them. I'm glad you're here, man. I recognize the name. Now, like I said, check the replay after we're done here. Some good rail fanning video earlier that I took, and some of the things I've been working on. A lot of good stuff. Check it out if you can. Fire says, I want a 95 Pontiac Trans Am with the supercharged 350. They called the Formula One. Yeah, those were nice cars. Never had one. Never drove one either, but I've seen a few of them. They're nice cars. Have you guys seen that they're taking, the new Camaros? Some shop, I think they're out in Nevada or California. They're turning them into Firebirds, but based on a new Camaro design, but putting that, the Firebird style grille and headlights and taillights in it. Beautiful. I don't know what they get for them, probably crazy money, but I don't know why the factory doesn't do that. Now, actually, Chevy canceled the Camaro. I think this was the last year for them. Actually, 23 was. So no new Camaros in 24. They discontinued it. I don't know why. It seemed like a very stupid idea, But who knows why anybody does anything anymore. And Anthony says, Booty, I had 14 cousins, uncles go to Nam. Lots of stories. Dad was a Marine in Korea. Never said a word about the war. His hometown buddy in another Marine company told a lot of. Yeah, I had a friend that was in Korea, and he didn't like to talk about it too much. But every now and then he'd get in a mood where he'd start talking, and I'd listen. And man, some of the shit he told me, I don't disbelieve him, but we may have been guilty of some war crimes, But it's fucking war. What are you gonna do? And I've had friends that were in Vietnam too, so. And some of them, I don't know why I said I never was in the service, so I wasn't, in the clique per se, but every now and then one of them would talk to me a little bit about it. And they tell me stories that, and I think some of them were really even ashamed of what they did. But like I tell them, dude, you're in a war, This idea that there's rules in a war is stupid. You go to war to win and kill the enemy. That's your whole purpose of going to war and surviving, of course, And from what I knew about Vietnam, the Vietnamese, or Viet Cong, whatever the hell you want to call them, they would send their women with babies wired with hand grenades in the strollers and get them near the soldiers to blow them up. They just didn't care, So then when the soldiers started figuring out what was going on, they'd shoot them before they got too close. And they're, oh, you can't shoot women and children. Oh, yes, you can. When they're trying to blow your ass up, you have every right to defend yourself, and not feel bad about it. And that's why I'm glad I never went, because I know how I am. And it's not that I don't regard human life, but in a war situation, I'm only thinking about one thing: getting out of there alive. If that means mowing down everything in front of me, I'm okay with that. I don't give a shit. There are no rules when I'm at war. If you're moving in front of me, I'm going to shoot you. I don't give a fuck who you are, And it's a shame that a lot of our soldiers are good men that came back with, a lot of regrets and maybe some mental issues because of some of the things they had to do. But it's just, Vietnam wasn't a normal war, It was bad, from what I understand. It is what it is. What about a 450 motor? I'm not familiar with a 450. Pontiac had the 455, so did Olds, and Buick had the 455 as well. Cadillac had the 472 and the 500, but I don't remember seeing anything with a 450 in. Pirates of Georgia, yeah, my grandpa went over there, only heard like 5 stories from him so far. I want to hear more before he passes. He probably got some really good graphic stories to tell you, And I guess if you get close enough to him, he'll probably tell you. Like I said, a lot of these guys, they carry that with them, and it eats away at them, unfortunately, Like I said, you're there, you want to get out alive. I think that's really all you care about, realistically. And you're going to do what you got to do, and that's all there is to it. Caleb says, I've been hanging in there, busy with schoolwork and helping out in the snow. That sucks to be you. Snow is not fun. And Grandpa says 455. Yep, Buick GS. Strong motor, nice cars. John says, I bought a 73 Ford Duster when I was 17. I drove that car until 79. I had to move to Okinawa. Oh, Japan, huh? That's cool. That's right. You were in Japan. The 340 Duster, that was a nice car. They were fairly quick for what they were. I knew another guy that had one. It was a 70s as well. And I drove it a few times. I almost bought a Dodge Charger. It was a 70, I think it was a 74. It was brand new. It only had like 200 miles on it. The guy bought it. Figured out he couldn't afford it. He was going to give it to me if I took over payments. But I thought about it, and I didn't really want payments. I never had payments on a car before. But I drove the car. It was nice. It wasn't crazy fast or anything. But it wasn't bad. I can't remember what the hell it was now. It was definitely a Chrysler, but I don't remember what model. No, maybe it was a Dodge. Maybe a Dodge Charger. I don't remember. But it was a 4-door though. So whatever they made 4-door is what it was. And that was another option. I didn't really like the idea of having a 4-door. I was only like 18 at the time. So, but it would have been my first mostly new car if I had bought it. Pirate says, I have a buddy from my old work. He told me some messed up stuff he did in Nam. He wasn't, well, and a lot of the guys did, but they didn't have a choice. That war was severely fucked up, and we should have never been there. I mean, I don't fault our men for going there, because we should have never been there to be it. It wasn't our war. We went in there to help the fucking Canadians. As soon as we got in there, the fucking Canadians pulled their shit out. They weren't stupid. They played us, really. And we should have done the same thing. We said, you know what? This ain't our problem. We're going home. But it was, I mean, Korea was bad enough, but this was like totally off the wall from what I understand. That the rules were completely different, And the thing was, they walked through towns, and, well, they really weren't towns, what they call them, I can't remember what the name they use for them. Little areas, where there might be a handful of houses or whatever. And it was right in the middle of the battlefield, and the civilians were walking around like nothing was a problem. Of course, some of them got shot, maybe accidentally, maybe on purpose. But if you're in the fucking middle of a battlefield, you probably should expect to get shot. Otherwise, get the fuck out of Dodge. Village, that was the word I'm thinking. Little villages they were going through. And they didn't even care that there was a war going on. The women are moving their basket full of dirty clothes or taking their kids to the schoolhouse. I mean, it's like, and the problem was some of them were actually the enemy, and our guys didn't know who was who. So if you moved, well, you might have took a bullet. That's fair. If you don't want to get involved in the war, don't be on the fucking battlefield. That's fucked up shit, man. Don't ever make me choose between you and me. You always, absolutely. You're absolutely right, Gerald, Pirates, my grandpa was in World War II. I never met him. He passed. My grandmother said he was fucked from it. I only told 2 stories from it. My great grandma, when she was alive, told me he changed. Oh yeah, well that did it. It hurt a lot of guys. My dad was in World War II. He fought in Germany, well, actually all over Europe. He was actually in Africa. He fought under General Patton for a while. He actually knew Patton. And he'd tell me some stories, not a lot, but, he used to tell me how, they'd be in a foxhole and a mortar would come down, kill the guy right next to him, and he would miraculously survive. That happened more often than not. He was a very religious man after that, And you'd almost have to be. It's like, God's looking out for you if your buddy got killed on each side of you and you lived, and you're all in the same foxhole or trench, whatever. So, but they didn't really do anything that would be considered war crime today. I mean, they fought, and there weren't that many rules, but your enemy was in uniform. For Vietnam and Korea, the enemy wasn't always in uniform. You just didn't know, I mean, if you see a guy, when the Germans came at you, they were in German uniform. You knew they were soldiers. You can shoot them, And you didn't worry about killing civilians because, first off, civilians weren't dumb enough to walk in the middle of the battlefield as a rule. You know, Vietnam and Korea were a wholly different deal. I mean, the civilians were mixed in with the soldiers. A lot of the soldiers didn't wear an actual uniform. What are you going to do, you know? I mean, like you said, I was scared to death of going to Vietnam. I missed it by 2 years. But if I had went, I would not have ran to Canada. I wouldn't have, you know, I couldn't 4F or anything. So I would have had to go. And that would have been sort of okay. But I know how I am. As soon as you gave me a gun and all the ammunition I can carry, God help anything that's in front of me, including my own men, I'm going to shoot and ask questions later. Because that's just the way I am. And if some asshole tells me to go take a hill, tell him to take it and fuck himself, I'm not throwing my life away for a fucking mound of dirt, you know. So I had issues with it. And of course, I heard a lot of story where superiors, you know, your commander or whatever, or captain, whatever he may be, would get fragged in a tent, you know, grenade accidentally rolled in there and killed them. And that's what they did to the higher ups that tried to take advantage of them. They just killed them. And, you know, what are they going to do? Yeah. They weren't going to bring in the local sheriff's department and do, you know, what do they call it? An investigation of who killed the sergeant, you know. They just marked it off. And that happened even on the battlefield, you know. If your superior gave you a stupid order, a lot of times he got shot by his own people because they didn't want to do it. And that would be me, you know. I'm not taking some fucking hill for what, you know, and probably die in the attempt. What was the point of that, you know? The idea is to kill the enemy and come out of there, be able to go home alive and intact. That was my thinking. That's why I didn't want to go, you know, because I know how I am. Anthony says, not all about what they did, but what was done. Oh, yeah. The enemy was brutal. I mean, they used to torture our guys and a lot of weird shit. I know you guys, the women, they had this device that they would stick up there, you know. So when you went to fuck them, when you went in, it was fine until you pulled out. They had razors in there and it would slice you. You'd bleed out, you know. And that was a common thing in Vietnam. I knew one guy I knew said that one of his buddies went to the brothel and that's what happened to him. You know, of course, the girl almost, so they'd kill the girl, you know, the whore. I mean, you might as well at that point because you're going to die anyway, you know. But there were women that would do that. And that was, you know, to slow down the American soldiers. Crazy shit, man. Of course, I wouldn't fuck any of them women anyway because they probably all got diseases and shit. I don't want none of that crap. You know. Caleb says New England's slow as a pain in the ass sometimes. It's supposed to snow all day tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I heard. Sucks to be you, man. I would suggest buying a snowblower. Shoveling sucks. Nobody does that shit anymore. And get an electric start one so you don't have to kill yourself trying to start it. All right, says, yeah, my buddy told me about the kids with grenades and how his buddy, I said, yeah, you didn't have a choice, you know. Yeah, it sucks. And I imagine at some point it was hard to deal with, you know. They said a lot of guys came back and they just, mentally, they were screwed. I didn't meet any of those guys. Most guys I met were pretty much intact, you know, after they got back. But they said a lot of them were never right after that. It's just a shame, you know. Well, like I said, we should have never got involved in that in the first damn place. Wasn't our problem. Fire says, my grandpa called them villages or shack shits because they were very little. My great uncle was a Jeep driver for Pat. Oh, no shit. That's cool. I said my dad met Pat because he fought in one of his, I don't know what you call it, not a platoon, but he was involved with it. When Pat was in Africa, my dad was in Africa as well for a while, and he served under Patton. So my dad had some pretty cool stories. My dad was a gunner. he ran the howitzers in the back. He was never actually on the front line with machine guns or anything. He was always in the back, lobbing, missiles over, or whatever they call them. That was his job. Of course, it fucked up his hearing a little bit, which later on down the road, he wound up getting compensated from the VA for hearing loss because he really needed hearing aids. So, but, he was lucky, though. He came back. A lot of guys didn't, He said he called in sick the day that Patton got. Well, they said Patton was assassinated. There's a lot of belief in that because the big shots were afraid of Patton, because he was a tough son of a bitch, I guess. My dad said that he didn't take no shit from nobody, and he fought like I did, I guess, in a way. If that's the enemy, let's go kill him. And he wanted to kill the Russians. And that was one reason why I think he was accidentally killed, or it wasn't an accident. I said he was assassinated. But he was pushing to attack the Russians while we had them, even though they crossed over for us, because, they changed sides. But he didn't trust them. And technically, he was correct. And he said, look, let's take them out now so they won't be a problem later on. But Washington didn't see it that way, and they had to get rid of them. So I believe that he was assassinated. It's very a shame because I guess he was a hell of a soldier, general, whatever. But you probably won't find a guy like that again. These new generals, in a way, they're kind of pussies compared to Patton. Yeah, Jim, we missed it. Well, we did, I mean, I missed it by 2 years. And I really was afraid of going. I mean, I would have went because, I wasn't afraid of dying per se. I just didn't feel like it was my job to go save somebody else from their enemy. I always said, even back then, look, when the enemy hits our shores, I'll be at the front line. I don't give a damn whether they get killed or not, but I'm going to take a few of them out before I go. I'm not afraid of fighting in a war, but I want to know I'm going there for a reason. In Vietnam and even Korea, those weren't our wars. We had no business with them. They should have let them fight that out themselves. It's very unfortunate. Plus, I heard about that back in World War I. French army killed their higher ups. Yeah, well, they did. I think that's always been a problem. Probably all the way back into the, the Middle Ages or Dark Ages. I mean, you got to think about that. You're leading men that are armed. Probably not a good idea to piss them off. You know what I'm saying? They outnumber you. I believe he was assassinated. I read Bill Wright's killing. Yeah, I read that too, but I read another story that was before O'Reilly. And they said there was enough evidence that was no accident, that he was actually assassinated. So they were afraid of him, And chances are, if he would have ran for president, he would have won. And I think they were deathly afraid of that, So, Tom Grass, yeah, that's right. You were in there, weren't you, Tom? Your draft number was 366H. Wow. I didn't have a draft number because, like I said, I never registered. But if the war would have went on 2 more years, I would have been drafted. I would have had to register at that point. But at that time, I don't think you had to register until you were 18. Now, my son, the one that's dead, he had to register at 17, even though there was no war at that particular time. And he did. He wasn't happy about it. But I said, look, there's only 2 ways to do this. You can either be a coward and run away, or you can man up and do what you got to do. Have faith in God, you'll be fine. Maybe. Pirate says, I'm a World War II history fiend. I collect thought. I was when I was in school. I did a lot of investigations in World War II. I was very interested in it. And some of my theories and beliefs are not widely accepted. But, everything happens for a reason. And a lot of people really branded Hitler as a bad guy, which he was. technically, but he didn't start out that way. Remember, Europe was boxing Germany in. They basically cut Germany off. Right? I think they were envious of Germany's accomplishments. So Hitler, they were literally getting starved out. So Hitler said, you know what, this is bullshit. He kind of cheated to get in, But when he took over, he said, you know what, we're going to make Germany number one again. People will respect us. And at first, that's what he was trying to do. But then something happened. And they decided for world domination after that. It was his original thinking was not world domination. But ultimately, it morphed into that. I don't know what happened. I don't believe he was killed in that bunker either. There's enough evidence to suggest that he did escape with Eva Braun, his girlfriend, and they went to where the hell was it? Not Venezuela, the other one. Can't remember now, but it's very possible that he lived to see old age. Who knows? And we're still chasing after Nazis. The Jews found a Nazi, was it 2 years ago? Guy was like 101, and they sentenced him to death. I mean, really? He's already dead. Leave him the fuck alone. Hey, Jim, you might find this interesting. Donald Trump looks like, does he really? I never really noticed that. Of course, Patton wasn't really that old either. So I suppose if you age Patton, or if you looked at a younger Trump, yeah, they might have actually resembled each other. Well, Trump is a lot like Patton in that respect. He's also, in some ways, a lot like Hitler, which I don't have a problem with that because we need a tough president right now. The status quo ain't getting it. The idiot presidents we've had the last 4 or 5 times, they've literally done nothing. If anything, they helped make things worse. Trump actually did something the first time. He would have done a lot more if they had fought him if he'd been a little smarter. Hopefully he'll be smarter for the second time and he can get some shit done. So, hard telling. Hey, Robert, you're back. I didn't know you were gone. I'm glad you're back. We morphed into the war for some reason. As I believe they were too, they wanted that respect. They wanted the respect. Oh, I agree with you 100%. Like I said, it's the same thing with, what got us in World War II, of course, was Pearl Harbor. Well, Pearl Harbor was no accident because we were doing the same thing to the Japanese that Europe was doing to Hitler. We literally forced the Japanese to attack us because we needed an excuse to get in the war because, the money. They don't care about American lives. They just want to make the money. And the only way to do that was to get us directly involved in it because prior to Pearl Harbor, we didn't want nothing to do with that fucking war, So they said, what I read is that the long-range radar that we had was turned off the day that they attacked. And they said that it was the president was Hoover at the time, I think. I don't remember who the president was, but Johnson, I don't remember. But the president knew that they were going to attack because we intercepted some of their conversations somehow. So they literally set up, all the important ships were not docked that day. Basically, the ships that were expendable were left docked at Pearl Harbor. And they knew that if the Japanese flew in and attacked Pearl Harbor, it would incense the American people. Pointed, you know what? Fuck those slanted-eyed motherfuckers. We're going to go kill them. And that's exactly what happened. It pissed off the Americans, and we were ready to go to war. But we got played. We really did. World War I was the same thing. We sent over to Lusitania. It was supposed to be a Red Cross supply ship. They just found it, I think, 10 years ago. It was loaded with legit munitions, which what I understand is we sent that ship out, leaked to the Germans that we were sending a ship full of munitions disguised as a Red Cross ship and basically told them where it was going to be at. A U-boat sunk it. Oh, my God, the American people, they sunk a Red Cross ship. We're going to go kick their asses. That's exactly what happened. We got played again. They'll probably do it to us in World War III. Somehow or another, they're going to drag us into this shit. You watch. Oh, I had to eat supper. Okay, that's cool. Never reached back then. You was automatically registered by. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I said I didn't pay much attention. I was just scared to death to get drafted. Thank God the war ended before that happened, but because I really didn't want to go, I would have. I'm not a deserter, you know. And like I said, I wasn't really afraid. I was more pissed than afraid, you know. Like you said, I don't want to. If two guys are fighting in the street, not my problem, you know. If it's 1-on-1, I'm not going to get them up. If there's 10-on-1, yeah, I'll jump in there and try and equal the odds somehow. But, you know, just out of courtesy. But I felt that Vietnam and Korea both were somebody else's war and we had no business with it. And I didn't want nothing to do with it, you know. Do I need more wood? Nah, not at the moment, but I will at some point. That stuff you brought me, the big stuff, it's great wood, but it's wet. Probably won't be able to use it till next year, but I'm still happy that you gave it to me. It'll make great firewood next year. We just have to dry it out real good. I tried to burn one. It wasn't happening. Still too wet, but it's good wood, though. When it dries out, it'll be perfect. Fire says, I lost family in Pearl Harbor. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Sorry to hear that, man. And he's don't collect World War II stuff, but studied a lot. Actually drove the Operation Market Garden Trail through Arnhem. I can't answer. And Eindhoven. That I can do. I can't spell. Yeah, I hear you. That's cool. I did study it a lot myself. I was very interested in it, you know. And I looked at it from a third-party perspective, you know. Like I was outside the window looking in. Because I figured we're going to have a certain amount of bullshit, you know, propaganda. And the Germans did too, you know, not that they were innocent of anything, but I tried to look past both parties' propaganda and try and figure out what really went wrong and what happened, you know. And there was rumor, it can't be proven, but supposedly Hitler wanted to stop, he wanted to surrender. And the English guy, what the hell was his name? Can't remember his name now. He refused to accept Germany's surrender. You know, like the cigar smoking guy. I can't remember who the hell it was. It was England. I can't remember his name at this point. But so and there's really they said that Hitler was actually set up. It's possible. I can't prove it. Don't really know. But who knows? Hey, John Nippenberg. How you doing, John? Good to see you here. Pirate said Roosevelt was president. Grassy said, yeah, Roosevelt. Okay, I wasn't sure. My memory's terrible on that stuff anymore. I was hours away from enlisting in the Navy, but I got a job, so I took my chances. And next year, the war ended. You're lucky. It was a nasty war. Trust me, you didn't miss out on nothing. You know, and after all, you know, you might wind up dead too. We lost a lot of good men there, and really for what, you know? And you know the thing now, North Korea is ready to attack South Korea again. They want to reignite that war, and they ought to take that fucking Kim Jong-un and run a fucking missile right up his ass, you know, to get rid of him and his palace. That might solve the problem. South Korea should annex North Korea, free the people, and bring them back up to speed. And I think that region would be a lot better off for it. But they're going to have to get rid of that asshole and his whole family line because, you know, another family member will just take over. Curtis says, we'll get you more. Yeah, it was cut not too long ago. That's a problem. No, cool. Talking twist today. No problem. Very cool. Thank you. World War III is going to be nasty for being 26 going on 27. I thought I'd never see the day, but unfortunately. I'm too old, fortunately. But like I said, if it comes here, it won't matter. I got the AK. It's coming out. You know, I'm not afraid to fight, but only if it comes here. I'm not going overseas fighting somebody else's problems. I don't know how y'all feel about Israel. I don't dislike Israel. I don't think they're worth dying for. And I think we should stay the hell out of that. Churchill, that's the one pirate. I couldn't remember his name. Churchill refused Hitler's attempt to surrender. But they actually did talk about it, from what I understand, that Hitler approached Churchill, I guess through courier or something, said, look, I'd like to surrender and put an end to this. But they might have actually forced him into going further. Who knows? We'll never know because, it's all done and over with. Yeah, you are absolutely right, JD. We are in World War III. Like maybe not us personally, but I just read yesterday that Poland's attacking somebody. Somehow the Pakistan is involved in that. Oh yeah, Pakistan attacked Iran or Iraq, one of the two. They're all just jumping in there and throwing missiles at everybody. What the hell is wrong with these people? It might turn out to be that way. I don't know. It's not looking good, though, let me tell you. Thomas 3668 probably saved. Mine was 64A. Glad they stopped the draft. Yeah, you're same thing. You're lucky too, Anthony. That's true. North Korea is supported by China. But the Chinese, I don't think they really want to go against us. I don't think. I could be wrong. Now, I think, they're more interested in Taiwan right now. And they may go ahead and try and take Taiwan because, if they're looking at idiot Biden, we're not going to do anything, But I think the only reason China is going to try and take Taiwan now is because they figure they can. And they better do it before Trump gets in because Trump won't put up with that horse shit, But a lot of shit, there's literally wars everywhere right now. It's bad. And we need to, I don't know how we're going to stop it or if even it can be stopped. But I told you, I don't necessarily believe in such, I don't believe there are nuclear bombs, not the way they portray them. My investigation, my research into nuclear weapons, they're ground-based. You can't put them in a missile or a rocket. They're too big. Yes, they're potentially deadly, but they're having us believe that they've got missiles and suitcases with nukes, and I believe that's mostly lies. I don't think there's such a thing as a suitcase nuke. And even if it was, how much power could it actually have? So I could be wrong. We'll only time will tell on that one, but but still, if we can avoid this, that would be the smartest move, just in case they are real. Pirate, I read about that too. Oh, where'd you go? Hitler was into a lot of weird shit. He was searching for the Ark of the Covenant. I think he had possession of the spear that pierced Christ on the cross. He was seriously into weird shit. I've been watching World War II in color on Netflix. Very good. I've seen some of that stuff too. Very interesting, and pretty fucking deadly too. And we didn't actually lose as many people as you would think that they would. I mean, we lost a lot, but judging by some of that shit was going on. Now listen to this guy here. You guys still gas bagging. What else have we got to do, Artie? Good to see you, man. I got to get some rest. All right, Anthony, have a good and safe weekend. We'll see you next time. Thanks for popping in. Got a lot of highs going on here. Heidi, what do you want to miss? I think you got it covered, Artie. Yeah, he actually was. He was very much into spiritism and a little Satanism, and it's really weird stuff that he was getting into. Hey, Florida Railroad Dog, George, how you doing? Good to see you here. It doesn't surprise me though, because the guy was kind of weird when he got down to it, They say, he was into both guys and women. He was bi. That's another weird thing, but yeah, what do I know? That's that you got. Got my 6 blondes for the trip. Still need to get some koala. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Sounds good, but it's probably something completely different, ain't it? Joe wants to know how the fuck are you? I hope you're doing well. Hey, it's getting ready to come to the States, Gerald. I won't see you this time, though, will I? Are you? It's going to be the second trip you come out here. You're going to head south and check us out. So, yeah, I'm melting, but well. Going to therapy soon since I'm going from stinking hot to freezing cold. Well, I used to take all my vacations in the winter too, Artie, so you're not too weird. I actually, when I was younger, I enjoyed the cold weather. I didn't have to work in it, so I didn't care. But, I always took my vacations either Christmas time or January. And it was always snow wherever I went. Pirates, did you also hear about the secret opportunities to NAM with the sound experiment on the... Yeah, I did actually. I didn't get much information on it. But they were screwing around with some weird shit too. Now, I guess anything they could do to get the edge, they were trying, October. Okay, I can't wait. I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to it, Artie. Can't wait to meet you in person. John says it's nice and cool here, Artie. Yeah. It's cool everywhere mostly right now. Snowmobile, I never rode a snowmobile. I always wanted to. But like I said, when I was still up north, I was just a kid and nobody I knew had one. We were pretty young anyway. But even as I got older and went up north, nobody I knew had one. I always wanted to ride one, though. I thought it'd be fun to do. It's kind of like a motorcycle with fucking tracks, That would have been fun. And some of them are pretty fast from what I understand. Yeah, I read that too, Pirate. He was into everything, really. Time travel, reanimating the dead, super soldiers, all kinds of weird shit, That was the thing, I guess. Are they just Gerald? I got to get past Fiji. There's this nasty storm. Oh, no shit. This time of year? Is that normal? Well, nothing's normal anymore, is it? John says, I like ATVing in the snow as long as it's less than a foot deep. Yeah, I hear you there. You wouldn't want to get in the deep shit. Snowmobiles are super fun. I have one they haul. Yeah, that's what I heard. Someone do like what? 60, 70 mile an hour, I heard. I don't know how true that is, but I don't see why not. I'd be a whole area about going someplace I wasn't real familiar with, going that fast. I already said you're lying, John. Pirates of the SS were slammed with steroids. Yeah, I heard that too. I went pretty deep in the whole World War II thing, and their side was more interesting than ours, actually. Some of the shit that Hitler was into in the SS, and you know, and they had that. They were getting women pregnant for the war effort. Produce more babies to become soldiers. They had the women of the SS, I think they were called. A lot of weird shit was going on there. Gerald says it's like a dirt bike on snow. Some are 120 plus. No shit. I didn't know they went that fast. Damn. That'd be fun to do, though, if I knew where I was going. You wouldn't want to hit a stump or something at that speed, would you? I says, yeah, it's normal this time of year. It's cyclone season. Okay. Yeah, because you guys down under are like opposite of us or something. I don't know. Thomas says I had 2 snowmobiles back in '79. They did 120 on the lake. God damn, I didn't know they were that fast. Man, them fuckers fly, don't they? I tell you, I'd like to take one of them motors, put it in a go-kart, man. You have a 120-mile-an-hour go-kart. Well, I did build one with a 450 twin Yamaha, a golf cart or go-kart rather. It did over 100. I didn't have a speedometer. I couldn't measure it, but I knew it did well over 100. I see guys ice fishing on Deep Creek Lake in western Maryland. They haul ass on snowmobiles across the frozen lake. Yeah, I bet they do. I've seen a snowmobile do 150 mile an hour and quarter mile in English. Holy shit. That's not a snowmobile. It's a fucking race mobile. Wow, that's crazy. Byron says, yeah, mine goes over above 100. I'll bet it. I didn't realize they were that fast. I thought they did like 60, 70, 80 mile an hour tops, but they said never rode one, so I don't know. That is fast, though, for those things. Yeah, I really want to ride one, damn it. I was missing that much fun. I've been watching the U.S. news from here. Well, if you still want to board a plane, more power to you. And things are kind of fucked up over here right now, it seems. Yeah, we are opposite than you guys. Yeah, that you are, man. There's no doubt about it, but in a good way for you and not so much for us, You don't want to hit a wire fence, no head. Yeah, there was a guy down here a long, long time back in the 70s. He was on a dirt bike, though, and he hit an unmarked shit. What do you call it? God damn it. I can't think of a fucking word. Yeah, one of the fences with the things on them, Anyway, he hit that. They said he hit it about 40 miles an hour. Cleaned his head right off. Barbed wire, that's what I think. He had a barbed wire. It was the only barbed wire in that area. And it was at the right height that he didn't see it. And took his head right off. He died instantly. Hell of a way to go, man. Not that there's a good way. Aren't the USA is screwed? Yes, kind of. We're done for, maybe. We're going to have problems, I can tell you that. I think I'm not worried about invasion too much because there's too many people with guns. Yeah, we're the best armed civilian population on the planet. And the Chinese know it. I mean, I know they want to invade us, but I don't think they will because we will hand them their asses. Same with the Russians. I mean, unless they bomb us out of existence, which then America means nothing to anybody because it'll be unlivable. I don't think they'll do that. And also because any radiation that happens here will eventually travel to them. So it's highly unlikely. But who knows, how far they'll go. Tom says we used to take ours up to the Pocono 500 track and run around the oval very fast and very cool. I'll bet. That would be fun. We're supposedly getting more snow tonight. Damn global warming. Don't blame it on global warming. Nature. That pirate got it right. I couldn't think of it for some reason. Hey, when my mind blocks up like that, Must be getting old. But the things I've been told about Hitler, it's much different to what the mainstream allies have mentioned. And that's true. Like I said, you're going to get stories on both sides, and it's hard to tell which are really true. But based on what Hitler was doing at the time, I think a lot of the stuff that was written about him and what he was getting into, probably made a lot of sense. They said he went down to Antarctica. He was looking for religious artifacts and stuff that would give him an edge, And he believed in aliens too. I mean, remember Germany actually built a supposedly working flying saucer. I don't think it could go out in space or anything, but it did hover. They were working on it. And I mean, Hitler, I think he believed in everything pretty much, thought everything was real. Raymond says, I don't ever want to fly, especially after the Boeing fuselage patch incident. I've been on a plane let's see, no more than 6 times. I don't like flying. I don't mind flying an aircraft. I have flown, I had a student pilot's license for a while. I flew a Piper Cub and a Beech Twin. I'm very good at flying, by the way, but I don't trust anybody else flying me. I have trust issues. If 2 planes collide in midair, somebody wasn't looking out the fucking window. I got a problem with that, Same with boats. 2 boats collide in the ocean. Somebody wasn't looking out the damn window. I mean, how does this shit happen? So yeah, I don't really like doing it, but I don't know if I could sit in an airplane for 17 hours or however long it is to get to here from Australia. That's a long time. In some things, U.S. is better than here. Booty pirate, we want your standard. Oh, absolutely. Our self-defense and gun laws are superior to pretty much everybody in the world, I think. And they're trying to take that away from us too, but I don't think that's going to happen. Our problem is we have a very corrupt government. They've broken laws. They've committed murder, probably even genocide to the enemy, supposed enemy. We're doing a lot of things we shouldn't be doing. I'm not proud of it, but I'm not responsible for it either. So, but yeah, there's things here that we as a government should not be, or our country as a government should not be doing. Well, of course we are, Byron. That's what makes it so fucking dangerous. Well, they're trying, and the reason is I don't know how caught up you are with current politics, but President Xi in China literally begged Biden to disarm us. Why would he want us disarmed? The story is that he's afraid we'll hurt ourselves. No, he's afraid we'll kill all them. Because he can't invade us as long as we have 110 or so million armed individuals. You don't have to be a soldier to kill your enemy. It helps, but it's not absolutely necessary. Point and pull, And trust me, if they tried to invade America, we would hand them their asses. Because at best, I think they said somewhere like 2.1 million soldiers total of China. We have 110 million gun owners. Plus, we have over 1 million military units personnel. We're not going to be the only ones shooting. The military will be there with us. The Chinese would lose badly, and they know it. So they're trying to get dumbass to disarm us. It ain't happening. And if we do, we deserve to die. I, for one, will not give up my guns. Period. Train man, you've been awful quiet. What's going on? If China wants total control of the U.S., it won't take much, and that will be without firing a bullet. China already owns U.S. in most of the war. Well, that's probably true to a point, Marty, but they still have to deal with us, the people, though. Now, they could quietly take over the government, but if they tried to take over us, the people, they would probably not fare well. You know, I think the fact that we're selling them land is also stupid, and selling them businesses is also stupid. Now, Trump is supposedly going to reverse all that. Matter of fact, some of the states have already reversed it. I think it was North Dakota took back some of the land that was, supposedly sold to the Chinese, and they created a law saying, no, you cannot sell land to anybody outside this country. And that should be anyway. That's common sense. Why would you sell? You're handing people control of the U.S. if you give them all our land and businesses. It's fucking stupid. I just saw this week Obama wants to sell. Yeah, exactly. And fortunately, some of the states' governors are saying, that's not happening. And unless he goes in with the army and literally arrests or executes the governors, they're not going to let it happen. Right now, Biden or Obama, however you want to go, Joe Obama, yeah, pretty much, they're trying to force Texas to stand down on the border crisis. But Governor Abbott's saying, no, fuck you. We're sealing the border. We're going to post a National Guard there. There ain't a fucking thing you can do about it. So now Biden is suing Texas, and so is Mexico. What does that tell you? It's bullshit, all of it is. All right, he says, after the events and what's been going on here, break-in and home invasion is through the roof here. And we aren't, I know, you're like England. England's the same problem. Once they took away the guns, it didn't stop anything. It stopped shooting, but it didn't stop stabbing. As a matter of fact, they went through the roof, and home break-ins and all that stuff still happening more than ever. And in England, I guess same in Australia, you can't defend yourself. I remember a couple of years ago, a farmer was in his house. 2 teenagers broke in, tried to pistol whip the guy. He grabbed a shotgun, blew one of them away. He's now serving life in prison. How in the fuck does that work? And they'll do the same thing here if we let them. Canada's doing the same thing. They've taken away self-defense in Canada too. You're really not allowed to defend yourself anymore. But see, fortunately, most of us here won't play that shit. We're not giving up our guns, period. Derek says, Big Jim, weapons have changed. The Chinese will use EMPs on us, and no one will have the power of communication. Vehicles will be dead, including the trucks. Well, hold on a second now, okay? I could be wrong, so I'm not going to say for certain, but I read that EMP will only disable things that are running. So if your car is shut off in your garage, it won't harm the electronics in your car. Only if the car is actually on. The engines are running, it'll blow out the electronic boards. I could be wrong, but this is what I read, and it didn't even just, they regarded everything, anything electronic. If it's not on at the time the EMP strikes, it will not harm anything. I said, I'm not going to swear to it because I don't really know. But it makes you, if you think about it, if it was really that big of a problem, and we've had years to do something about it, we've done nothing, doesn't that seem odd to you? I have a pacemaker, okay? The first thing I asked them after they put it in, I said, is this thing shielded from EMP? They said it was. I don't know if I believe them or not. If it's not, I'm screwed. I'll die during an EMP probably. But they swear to God up and down that this thing is shielded. Is it? I don't know. But it seems to me like they say our electrical grid has no EMP protection. That's stupid. Why wouldn't we guard against that, knowing that our potential enemies could use such a device to destroy everything? And then they said it would take maybe 50 years to build the grid back up. I ain't buying that one either. Hell, it didn't take that long to establish the grid. Why would it take that long to rebuild it? See what I'm saying? There's a lot of fear porn in that. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Press says, I have not been on a plane for 40 years. Well, that's about the same for me, too. I think the last time I actually flew a plane was, I was 35 or 36 for my birthday. My girlfriend at the time had a friend who was a pilot, and she was a pilot, and she knew I had interest in it. She says, that was my birthday present. She got me some free flight time. I'll tell you what. That fucking Piper I got into, I thought it was a joke. He rolled that thing out of the hangar. I go, all right, where's the real plane? You know, it was old. It was cloth covered. You could see through it, you know. And I'm thinking, when's the last time this thing was in the air? You know, what, 20 years ago? Oh, I had it out the other day. I go, it flies? He said, yeah, it's fine. I said, yeah, all right. I said, I'd be real mad if I fucking die in this thing, you know. It flew okay. But yeah, I was a little nervous getting in that thing because it didn't look like a really good airplane, you know. And it flew all right. It didn't die. I'm safe flying across the Pacific. It's the U.S. where they have lower standards in it. You may be right about that, Artie. I don't know. There you go. Send our corrupt politicians to Venus or anywhere for that matter. Send them to the Middle East. See how long they go there, right? They won't make it. They won't make it far. Well, I know EMP won't hurt anything without electronics, but I read somewhere that they said that the EMP is largely over exaggerated. They said it will not hurt things that are not on at the time of the EMP. An EMP only lasts a second. You know, boom, it's done. So, in my case, my car is always off. I'm not really worried. Plus, it's in a garage. I have a metal roof on my house. So that may even actually act as an EMP shield to some degree. I don't know. I mean, I hope we never have to find out, but the problem with that is there's no way there would be an act of war. I mean, that would be it right there. We would probably start launching the nukes, assuming they still flew. They're supposed to be shielded for EMP. So if they are, we'll probably be launching the motherfuckers if we actually have them against whoever actually did the EMP. Now, I think anybody who wants to capture us or take over America would want America largely intact, you know. Because if they destroyed a place, it's just land then. But China has more land than they actually use, even though they got 2 billion people. It wouldn't make sense to move some of the people over here if they leveled everything. So the only way that it would be worthwhile to take over America is if we left America mostly intact. So if you think about an EMP, if it really did do all that damage, would kind of be a big mistake. Just my thinking on it anyway. Like I said, I could be wrong. Who knows? I seen that. Yeah, that's what I said. Why does he want us unarmed so he can do all that? Oh, of course. There's no other reason why. Why does he care whether we're dangerous to each other or not? You know? I mean, who the fuck are they kidding? They kill their own people at a whim. Why would they be concerned about us killing each other? You know? It's all bullshit. We know what's going on. And we'll give them, well, none of us will. I don't think very few people will give up their guns. You know, you're asking me to give up the only tool that I have to defend myself at a time when you need that tool. If we were at total peace and crime was eradicated and we didn't have any, possibility of war or anything, I'd say, oh, maybe, even though I still think I'd want to hang on to it, but that would be justification to get rid of your guns. But at a time when you have massive crime, war is fucking everywhere, a rogue government trying to kill you, Why in the fuck would you give up your guns? It doesn't make sense. JD said we have more guns than the U.S. Yeah, that's true. We do. We are well armed, and they don't even know how many guns we have. I heard at one point it was 500 million. Now the latest ones they said it might be over 1 billion guns and 1 trillion rounds, over 1 trillion rounds of ammunition. I don't doubt that in the least. Nobody should fuck with us. Not if they got half a brain. Especially if they got half a brain. Well, they do to a point, Russ. They own everything, but they own a lot of it, and that's a mistake. I'm hoping Trump will take a lot of it back. I don't really have a problem with China. I mean, I don't know whether they really hate us or not. I know they like our money. I buy a lot of shit from China because it's cheaper than America. I'd rather buy American, but not if America is going to keep bending me over on shit. Loyalty only goes so far. But like I said, I don't know. Remember when we were in the Cold War with Russia? What were we told? The Russians want to kill us. They hate Americans. Well, I met a woman who emigrated from Russia over here. She was my history teacher. Ina Olsen. I'll never forget her because she left a really big impact in my life. Well, we talked a lot, during class and after class. She was an old woman. But she used to tell me about Russia, And this was back when Russia was the USSR, They were flat out communist, and we had the Cold War going on, us against, And she would tell me the things that they used to tell their people, that the Americans hated the Russians and wanted to kill them all. Sound familiar? Swap Russian with American, same story, different situation. We were being lied to on both sides. The Russian people don't hate Americans. They don't care about us. We don't hate the Russians. We don't care about them. They do their thing. We do ours. It's the governments that are the problem. And I almost got suspended once for arguing with a teacher because she said, she was harping on the possibility of World War III, all-out nuclear war. And I said, it'll never happen. Why would you say that? It's because it's stupid. I said, imagine you're the king and you got all these nuclear weapons and you launch them all over the world and wipe out pretty much everybody. So now you're the king of nothing. What's the point of being king of nothing? Well, she I don't understand what you're saying. I said, well, if nukes create all this radiation and we start lobbing nukes back and forth all over the place, do you think there'll be any uncontaminated land on the planet? Probably not. And what little life is left will die slowly of radiation poisoning. So whoever's king will be, if they survive, will be king of nothing. They're not going to do it. Trust me. The worst case scenario is either us or the Russians throw a single nuke. They throw one back and we both give up right about that time. Okay, let's stop. This has gone crazy. There's no way they're going to, because they were trying to convince us that Russia was going to throw everything they had at us all at once. And of course, they were telling the Russians we were going to do the same to them. You remember MAD, mutual assured destruction? That's what would have happened. It would have wiped out the planet. Nobody would have been safe anywhere. The radiation would have killed off pretty much most of the population, planet-wide. Nobody was going to do that. They'd lob one, we'd lob one, or vice versa. See the extent of the damage. That's it. We got to quit. We ain't getting nowhere with this. It didn't happen yet. I don't know whether it will or not, but I never believed that they were going to launch everything at us or that we launched everything at them because it was suicide. It didn't make sense. And my teacher got really mad because I had that attitude. She said, well, you don't know what you're talking about. I said, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I said, you're making an assumption based on what you were told by your government. I don't believe my government. I don't believe any government. I think they will lie, and they're trying to promote fear to keep you in line. Do what we tell you, and we'll make sure you don't get nuked. Bullshit. JD, you're right. Don't mess with Texas. What do you think Texas will actually secede from the nation? I know there's a vote coming up in 24 to, I guess, gauge how people feel about it. I mean, if it happens, it'll take some years, but do you think it will? I actually do. I think Texas is getting fed up with the damn government, bullshit. All right, so China doesn't really want war. To them, war is bad business, of course. With current events, they want to make bigger peace as they are fearing what is going on in the Middle East. Them needs to stop. You're absolutely right, Artie. I agree with you 100%. War doesn't help anybody. I mean, it might help the Middle Easterns because they're warmongers anyway. They live for war. And apparently, so did Israelis, And I'm not taking sides. I'm not backing Israel. I'm not backing Palestine. I think that's not our problem. We should just step back and watch and see what happens. I think ultimately, unless God intervenes, the Middle East will annihilate Israel. They outnumber them. They outgun them. And Israel is doing everything they can to piss off everybody in the area. They need to stop, I mean, a lot of people condemn me for that, but that's fine. That's just the way I feel about it. It's not my war, and I'm not ready to. I don't want to see American bloodshed over there. It's not our problem. And it won't solve anything because unless we wipe out every Arab on the planet, that'll be an ongoing war till the end of time. There's only one way you're going to get peace out there. Either the Israelis die or the Middle Easterners die. There's a lot more Middle Easterners than there are, Israelis. So if I had to hedge a bet, and I'm not betting on anything or voting for anybody or whatever, but I'm thinking more than likely the Middle East is going to wipe out Israel. They said Iran could wipe out Israel in a matter of minutes. Will they do it? No one knows, But if we get in the middle of it, well, it could be bad. So we need to stay the fuck out of it and say, you know what? You guys do what you want over there. Not our problem. Come here, we'll fuck you over, As long as you keep your shit over there, we're not going to bother you. And that's the way we should be handling it. Yep, we are the same as England. We can defend our... Absolutely, They said it's fucked up, man. It really is. I think they use Texas as a testing ground. They figure if it flies there, the rest of the country will be easier. Hey, you might be right, John. I don't know. But we got to shut the border down. This is ridiculous. We have, I believe, based on what we had before, we have probably 40 million or more illegals in this country right now. And we're taking care of them, and that needs to stop. And I hope Trump said he's going to, so we'll see, but we need to shut off welfare. We need to shut off food stamps to any illegal. Kick them the hell out of the schools. Don't give them medical attention. And if somebody hires them, that person who hires them gets a $100,000 fine and 10 years in prison with no early parole. And I guarantee you nobody will hire them with that kind of penalty. But that's what needs to be done. And the illegals will run back across the board. The only reason they're here is for the free shit. You take away the free shit and prevent them from working or driving a car or getting a job or anything, there's no reason for them to stay here. Oh, America sucks. We're going back to Mexico, I'm telling you, it would work and it wouldn't cost us one thin dime. Actually, it would save money. Then we can take that money we saved and take care of Americans that need help. That's what needs to be done. And if I were president, that's exactly how I would do it. And once they left, I'd put signs up on the border about every 50 foot in multiple languages so that, for those who can read, maybe pictures for those who can't. And mount some automatic machine gun turrets every maybe 100 yards or whatever, that are motion detected. You get too close to the fence, you get cut down, and let these assholes know, if you come back, you will die. There's nothing here for you. We don't want you here. Go back where you came from. We won't do it, but even Abbott said we're doing everything short of shooting them. But if we shoot them, the government will sue us. They'll convict us of murder, which is also bullshit, because you know what? You have states' rights. You have the sovereignty to protect your own border from invasion. If the government refuses to do it, it falls back on the state. And that may be the only way he's going to stop it, Trust me. Send some National Guard out there with their M16s, and just for a while shoot over their heads to let them know, if you step any further, the next one's going to find its mark. Your best bet is to turn around now while you're still breathing. You're not killing anybody unless you have to. And once they cross over the fence, oh well, bad luck for you, And I don't hate the illegals, but I don't want them here either. We can't afford to take care of them. We're sacrificing our veterans, men and women who fought and maybe got seriously fucked up fighting in stupid wars. We're fucking them over in favor of a bunch of illegals that are actually, what the hell is the word for it? Can't think of the word now. They're offended by being in America, by speaking English. I actually had a Mexican tell me one. We won't speak your language because it offends us. Well, why are you here then? Well, for the free stuff. I mean, he actually told me that. I said, well, if we're up to me, I'd give you 30 seconds to get the fuck across back over the other side of the fence, or I'd take you out. He didn't like my attitude, but oh well. But that's the way it needs to be. Luckily, many cops are starting to turn over there. Yeah, well, they should, because you know what? How could they stand by and watch their own people get hurt? That goes against everything they're supposed to stand for. I don't know if that would happen here. I think some would. Others not so much. And we have a cop here. That was his name. Grady, Judge Grady, or can't remember. One of his name is Grady. He's in Polk County here in Florida. He got up on TV and said, I wish that everybody in my district would pick up a gun, would buy a gun, learn how to use it, and the next time somebody tries to mess with you, just kill them. I mean, just like that, he came out on TV and said, just kill them. That's my kind of cop, because he's fed up with it. He sees crime. He sees teenagers and a lot of minorities, unfortunately, taking advantage of, older people, innocent, law-abiding citizens. They're getting killed. They're getting robbed. Their cars are getting stolen. Their houses are broken into. He just, you know what? Just pick up a gun and kill them. I guarantee you we will not bring charges against you if you're shooting in self-defense like that. Needless to say, crime dropped a little bit in Polk County. Yeah. Hey, the sheriff told us we could kill people. And that's the way it should be everywhere. I hope it's shielded, because we're going to need your help too when the shit hits the fan. I don't know if I'll be much of a help to you, but I mean, I'm prepared somewhat. I've got food, I've got, protection. I've got a lot of stuff going on. We're still working on some things that I hope to have situated soon for survival, but I don't know. I mean, I was talking to my neighbor about it today, actually, and we were saying, because he's on the same page I am, and he's very self-sufficient. He's got water source. He's going to collect rainwater off his roof. I could do the same. I have a metal roof, so it's safer to do. You still filter the water because you don't want to drink it right out of the bucket. But, solar. He has solar panels set up a little bit in his house, the small stuff. Don't want to power a whole house with enough to power a refrigerator, maybe a TV or something, but I want to get into that a little bit too. So we're looking at a lot of different ways to take care of things. I have the gas stove. I have a fireplace, so I'm not worried about heat or being able to cook. And of course, you always build a fire out back. I have plenty of land here I have a burn pit in the backyard, so I'm not too worried about it. But we were talking this, realistically, the cities are going to have the problems. If you're in a city like St. Pete or Orlando or New York or LA or Chicago, you don't want to be there if the shit hits the fan. But where we're at here, we're right in the middle of Florida. We're a small town. Most people here are armed. We don't have a real crime problem. I mean, a little bit, but for the most part, people are kind of afraid to break into your house, steal your car because, we will shoot and kill them. And we won't get in trouble for it for the most part. So, I'm not too worried. And we both agreed that it's highly unlikely that the city dwellers would come here, at least intending to do harm, because if they did, we would take them out, But if you're in the city, yeah, I'd be worried. I'd be looking for a place to bug out, so to speak, and get away from the cities. It'll be hell on earth in the cities. I'm sure of that. You'll have crime, you'll have corruption, you'll have mass killings. You won't be able to trust anybody, including the cops. If you have anything of value, they'll try and take it from you, and if they have to kill you to do it, not a problem. So that would be something to think about if you live in the city. If you're out rural like us or suburban, you're probably not going to have that problem so much. And get to know your neighbors, see if they're armed. Hopefully they are. All my neighbors are armed. I'm not worried about it. Trust me, if one brings out a gun, everybody brings out a gun. And the poor criminal, he's screwed. He knows it, And that's where, there are people, there's a place across the street. It's a metal building. It's got no face on it. It's open. The guy's got welders. He's got tools, hand tools. Everything is out in the open. Nobody would go in there and steal anything because they know what would happen. They'd get killed, Even here, I can leave stuff outside. Nobody touches it, because everybody knows, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with anybody here, So we're not really worried. But like I said, if I lived in a city, and that was one of the reasons why I wanted to get out of Naples, because Naples was becoming too much of a big city. It was getting too congested. And my wife, she watches stuff down there because she kind of misses Naples. But even she said, man, they got murders down there, robberies all over the place, home burglaries. She said, the place has gone to hell. I told you that was going to happen. Whenever you bring more people than there are resources to take care of those people, crime will flourish, That's why places like LA and Chicago have become shitholes, because they got more people than they've got jobs available or services to help take care of them or any of that shit, It's just the way it is, unfortunately. China won't use a bullet or missile. They've used biological. That's true. I believe that. I think they're stupid enough to do it, although I would think that they might have learned something from COVID. Now, I understand that they found a way to weaponize COVID to where 100% mortality rate. I don't know if I believe that or not. I don't know if it was necessarily them or us. But you would think that COVID is sort of out of control. Now, it's not as deadly, but it's a rampant problem. It's a pandemic still. If they didn't learn anything from that, well, then I guess there's no hope for any of us. We're lucky that it wasn't as lethal as they initially thought it would be. Now, supposedly every country on earth has a treaty against biological warfare. However, I know we're not paying attention to it. China obviously isn't. And I'm not so sure that Russia is either. Or the Middle East, for that matter. So what good is a treaty if nobody's honoring it? But if that's what happens, then that's what happens, and there's nothing we can do about it. All right, he said, rather fly than drive, safer in the air. Well, that depends. Driving across the ocean would be a problem. But if there was a road to do it, I'd probably be the one to do it. I prefer to drive, definitely. Or ride the train for that matter. A lot of plane crashes lately, not to scare you already, but, you see that 2 collisions so far in Japan. They had another plane went down in the Pacific, I think, yesterday. I'm beginning to think that these are terrorist acts, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe it's just stupidity, It seems like nothing is built. Well, it's like what, I forgot his name already. What Raymond said about, they found a piece of the aircraft fell off, landed in somebody's front yard. And they determined that the bolts weren't torqued down. Well, who the hell is putting these things together? That's why we got to stop hiring illegals and unqualified people, because they don't care. And too often you hear about stuff failing, and you probably, if you traced it back, you'd find out that somebody wasn't doing their job right. So that kind of worries me a little bit. If I say I got military gear, might be outdated. Oh, absolutely, it'll work. It's our government. We have to, exactly, JD. No doubt about that. They can't be trusted. They will kill us in a heartbeat. I believe it. Well, they did already. Look at COVID. Look what happened. The disease didn't kill you. The damn doctors did. And now the shot's going to kill you, probably. Hopefully you didn't get it. Russell, I heard 2 years to build grid back up, all the big transport. Yeah, made in China, of course. That's why we go to war with China. That ain't going to happen. Or will it? I don't know. Well, I think my roof is grounded, actually, Gerald. I'll double check that. But yeah, that makes sense. It should ground it. But it should already technically be grounded. I know I grounded this shed pretty good, but I'll have to check into that. I mean, it could theoretically be a Faraday cage if you did it right, I guess. They said they detonate EMP like way up there, so it would actually come down. And my roof overhangs the house like by 5 feet. I don't know. I'm not worried. I figure, my time to go, I'm going to die. But if not, God will save me. I'm not worried about it. It would suck, though. I lived through all the shit I have so far to be killed by a fucking magnet. Yeah, better than that. Yeah, absolutely. They say lead is the only shield. That's not true. Any metal will work. They say you can make a Faraday cage out of a garbage can if it's metal, and that's aluminum. Or yeah, it's aluminum or no, it's another material, but it's still metal. But it's not lead. And basically what it does is it stops the EMP from penetrating it. Lead would probably be better, but even it's galvanized. Galvanized will work. Aluminum will work. They say you can actually wrap stuff in foil, tin foil, and that will act as a Faraday cage too. Maybe you just need something to interrupt the signal. But I said I'm not too worried about it. There are bigger things to worry about. Not to mention that's the ones that they know about. You said the ones they don't know about. How many of them are out there? Who knows? Hell, there may be 1 trillion guns in this country, and maybe 1 quadrillion rounds of ammunition. Who knows? Faraday cage it's supposed to. Like I said, maybe I should build one for myself. But see, the problem is you'd have to know when they detonate the EMP, and you probably wouldn't get that warning. I mean, like, let's say this thing wasn't shielded. So I jump in a Faraday cage real quick, I would survive it. But how would I know when to jump in the can? I can't live there, I said I could technically turn my house. And I remember my I'm not sure about that. I have to check. This house was built in 93. But maybe the insulation might have foil backing, and if it is, that would act as a Faraday shield as well. I'd have to check, though, the insulation, and I don't know. I know the insulation I put in here isn't foil backed, it's just paper backed. I could have got the foil, but it cost more, so I didn't do it. like I said, I'm not gonna stress on it. I'm really worried about it. Finding the shit in his pants, well, that's normal. And walking around naked at night in the White House and heavily drugged during the day, I heard. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, they said he's got dementia, but I'm still trying to figure out what the hell the difference is between dementia and Alzheimer's. My dad had Alzheimer's, okay? He really isn't any worse than Biden supposedly is. You know, my dad, he didn't really know what year it was or what state he lived in. He knew he lived in Naples. He didn't know his address anymore. He remembered me. He knew I was his son. He knew my wife was my wife. For a while there, he thought it was his wife, but, he knew all his grandkids by name. So in some ways, I think maybe he might have been better, but, he didn't run down the street naked. But he liked to escape every now and then and walk down the street yelling at people. Well, not really yelling, but telling people to help him because I kidnapped him. The first time he got away, one of my caretakers, I had a young woman that I paid to watch him during the day, and then my wife actually watched him on the off days. So they put switch split shifts, and I would watch him sometimes at night. But he got out during the day, and she tried to chase him. Now he was small; he was a tiny guy. He wasn't the big strapping Italian that he used to be when he was younger. He was actually like up to my chest. He shrunk a lot. And if he weighed 105 pounds, that would have been a lot, I say he was, late 80s, So he actually sprinted down the street yelling for people to call the cops because, he said, I wasn't even there. He said, my son's trying to kill me, And she went chasing after him. She finally caught him because he couldn't run very fast. Well, he turned around and smacked her. And I said, "Did he hurt you?" She said, "No, he had no power at all, but he did hit me." He said, "But I didn't get hurt. I restrained him and brought him back home." Of course, the cops showed up. Somebody called. There's some crazy woman chasing after some crazy guy, screaming, somebody trying to kill him. So of course she called me, so I was already on my way over there. So I met up with the cops, and I said, "Yeah," I said, "This is the first time this happened." I said, "My dad has Alzheimer's, and he deludes a little bit." I said, "You're welcome to come and look around." I said, "We're taking good care of him. He's well treated and all that, but sometimes he gets it in his mind that he's a prisoner." And my understanding was yelling I was trying to kill him. I wasn't even here, and I wasn't because like I said, I met up with them about the time they got there. So Joe wasn't there. They said, "Yeah, we understand." I said, "Well, just so you know, so if you get any future calls, I mean, if you have to check him out, that's fine. But just so you know, he's not right anymore, And then they were pretty cool about it, But there was a few times he actually, he locked us out of the house once. He had all the doors wedged with chairs and shit. We had to break in the house, And he had a thing with hammers. He liked hammers. There was a hammer in every room of that house, hidden strategically, And I don't know if we could use it on somebody or not, but we got rid of them. We had to. With the hammers because dangerous. He didn't like knives or anything, and of course he didn't believe in guns. So that was his weapon of choice. Though was a hammer, And so I had to take all the hammers away. And for the most part, he was pretty reasonable. I mean, I would sit down and explain things to him, and the only thing he had a problem with was the car. I had to take. I mean, the sheriff came to me and said, "Look, he doesn't have a driver's license. If we catch him driving, we're going to have to arrest him. You have to take the car away from him." So I did, illegally. I went and had the car transferred into my name, and, I mean, it's a good car. No reason to get rid of it. But he remembered that was his car, every time he saw that car, he'd get pissed off. "I want to go out somewhere." I said, "Where do you want to go? I'll take you." "I want to go myself." "So you can't, Dad. You can't drive anymore." "Why not?" I said, "Well, right here. I always kept the paper from the sheriff's department." I said, "Read this." He said, "This is fake." I said, "No, it's not." "Do I have to call a sheriff here to read it to you?" "No." And we went through this like several times a day sometimes, But that was the only thing he had a problem with, the fact that I took his car away. I felt bad about it, but he couldn't drive, I mean, the last time he was in the car before they actually, told me he couldn't drive anymore, he went to go to Publix, which was a quarter mile away, wound up in fucking Miami, 120 miles away, found his way back, missed the house, went up to North Fort Myers, 40 miles away. Like he wasted a whole tank of gas before he found his way home. He was aware of it, sort of. He says, "Yeah, I couldn't find my house." He only lived there for 40 years. But, now, how is that different from Biden? Biden can't find his way off a stage with only 2 ways off. It seems to me it was a lot worse than my dad was, There's something wrong there, but doing good now. All right, that's cool. Illegal guns, what you talking about, Will? That's funny. Russ Biden don't live in White House. He lives in that other big butt. Yeah, that may be true. Remember when he first got sworn in and they were using the fake White House? That I think was in Georgia, or South Carolina. It wasn't in D.C., but it was an exact replica, except smaller, of the White House. And I saw a lot of pictures. I mean, they could have been fake, but who knows, I mean, everybody knows he's a puppet anyway, If you think he's behind any of this shit, you're more delusional than he is. I think the only thing he cares about is sniffing children, filling them up, and getting ice cream. And other than that, I don't think he gives a shit about anything, And my wife pointed out that some of the pictures they show him live, like when he went over to England or wherever the hell it was, it didn't look like him. So it's probably a double, For all we know, the real Joe Biden is in a nursing home, drooling all over himself, dreaming about the nurse being 50 years younger. And what's in the White House is a duplicate. Who the hell knows? But something ain't right there, without a doubt. All right, so again, China doesn't want war and don't hate America. It's the Middle East where the trouble is, and that's the biggest threat to world peace. Absolutely. They're the ones that hate Americans. Well, they do. They hate us because we don't believe in Allah. I don't care if they believe in Allah or not. I believe in God. Not their problem. My problem. You want to believe in Allah or you want to believe in Kermit the Frog? That's your opinion. I don't care. Believe whatever the fuck you want. Just leave me the fuck alone. I don't get it. That's true. It's not illegal if they can't find it. How's that other one? It's not illegal until you get caught. That was the one we used to use when I was younger. Nothing's illegal until you get caught. And there's some truth to that. Jim, Debbie Tedesco wants a Lionel 7. Yeah, sure she does. She'll have to save up her pennies and get herself one. I'm done buying gifts this year. She'll have to wait till next year till I buy gifts. Or birthday, anyway. Derek says they just reported yesterday that China's developed a new coronavirus. Yeah, this is the one it's 100% deadly. They will use that and then not provide the antibiotics and antivirals to kill us without damage. It's possible. But they tested it on mice that they call it humanized. I don't know what that means. A mouse is a mouse. Will it kill everybody? Maybe not, Now remember, and this is another fact that I have to throw out here, the seasonal flu, the one we used to get before COVID, killed 165,000 people every year in America. A lot of people. But that was considered normal. Those people were mostly elderly or babies or didn't have good immune systems. Maybe that's going to hold true for even this deadly virus. Who knows? Remember when COVID first came out, the first thing they said, well, if you're diabetic or overweight or have heart disease or all three, you're going to die. Well, I'm still here and I got all three. Okay. But the thing is, I take supplements that have built my immune system up. I'm in, knock wood, I'm in good physical condition considering, my immune system is very strong. I don't generally get sick. And if I do, it's very minor. I'm not too terribly worried about it. Plus, I've already built up a natural immune response to COVID. So even if they come up with a new deadlier one, it may not be deadly to me. And I think anybody who didn't take the shot, especially those who actually got COVID and lived through it, which pretty much everybody that didn't go to hospital, they should maybe be immune to it. And trust me, if China pulls this crap again, if we have nukes, we will nuke them off the face of the fucking planet. And I think they know it. It ain't going to happen. And let's pray that I'm right about that. Mutually assured destruction is supposed to be well, it is. And I think it has, if, like I said, if there is such a thing, and I'm not convinced there is, that would be. I mean, it doesn't make sense to kill your enemy and you have to sacrifice yourself at the same. You don't win that, or if you do win, you're the only one left. Well, what the hell good is that? You'd be king of nothing. I'm president of the world, but I'm the only one left. I can't even find somebody to fuck. What the hell would be the point of that? All the women would become sterile, and so would the men. So we'd be dead as a race, if what they say is true. I'm not worried about it. Russia, they will wipe everyone out with mad. They might, but I doubt it. I honestly don't believe they will. Any infrastructure so they can just wait until the virus passes and walk in without firing a shot. Well, that would be the ultimate way to do it. But like I said, will that actually work? Not that, but it's going to put us on alert. We'll be looking for them, If you're lucky enough to survive or whatever, you're not going to sit back in your easy chair. Well, okay, we're okay. We survived it. You're going to be ready for war because you know it's coming. I would hope anyway. I would know, or assume it anyway. Like I said, I'm not afraid of dying, but I don't want to die alone. I want to take a few motherfuckers with me. Send them to hell where they belong, whether I'm going there or not. Yeah, well, I would too, JD. I mean, I don't see why not. I think it would be a good lesson for Washington. And once Texas does it, the whole South might do it. There's talk that Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, not New Mexico because they're fucking blue as shit, but a lot of the southern states, maybe up to even the north to South Carolina, Kentucky, and Tennessee would join Texas to form a new union. I would not be adverse to that. Not at all. I would vote for it because I'm fed up with the government too. I think they've gotten out of control. They forget that they work for us, not the other way around. And I'm sick of them stealing my money and squandering it. We'll have to wait and see what happens on that. I already said this is what I'm saying, Derek. They will take over without firing a bullet, so many Americans showed the world how they react. Well, we did, unfortunately, the first time. Hopefully we won't the second time. I think a lot of people probably grew up a little bit. Because, there's still a few assholes out there that are wearing their masks, playing the 6-foot distancing game. But there's a lot more people that just ain't playing along, I think it woke up a lot of people. And this was the problem. For example, we were talking about this too. Remember that woman who spilled coffee in her crotch at McDonald's? She sued and got like $5 million. That only happened once, okay? And anything that happens like that's only going to happen the first time. After that, people wise up and they're going, okay, we're not gonna fall for that again. And actually somebody did similar thing, spilled coffee in their leg or something, and tried to sue. It was thrown out of court. All right. Because after the first time, it was so publicized, everybody should have known the dangers of, sticking hot coffee between your legs and trying to drive that way without a lid on it. So You know, the old thing, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. It really does pan out that way. We do learn. Unfortunately, we usually learn a little late, but we still learn. The Democrats want war because it may, of course it does, and it also takes some of the heat off of them. The Democrats are terrified. They know Trump gets in, and I believe he will. He's going to want retribution. He deserves it. You know, is it right? I can't really say, but I don't blame him. He put up with their shit for what, 4, 5, 6, 7 fucking years, possibly 8. He deserves a little bit of fucking, retribution. I mean, it wouldn't bother me if he had every one of them executed. They need to be for treason. They're all guilty of it. We were an independent country once. We can do it again. Of course we can. We don't need anybody. We have everything right here in this country. Everything. Matter of fact, China wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the fact that we're selling them, giving them, I don't know what we do, the ore that's in our steel that makes our steel great. They don't have that ore or chemical or whatever it is. Their steel is some substandard. Remember when they first started making disc brake rotors? They were garbage. They would come out of the box completely warped because they were missing the component that only America has to make our steel strong. So, of course, well, here, just buy some of our ore. They'll fix your steel. We're stupid over here. But realistically, we can survive, and the other countries may not be able to without us. We have everything we need. God gave us that, man. But we're squandering it. I wonder when China will start putting fentanyl in our... Well, they're already doing that, man. Don't buy medication over the internet because there's a good probability it's laced. And that's another thing. Yeah, they're blaming the Chinese, but is it really them? Maybe we're the ones buying it and putting it in place so that it kills some people. I mean, they went after opioids, regular opioids like the painkillers. I can't think of their name now. Percocet. It's almost impossible to get Percocets now, or oxycodone. Hard to get. I asked my doctor for Percocet for my back. He screamed at me, "You're not getting any painkillers." Dude, calm down. I don't want to get high. I just want to get rid of some of the pain. And they work. I've taken them before. I don't have a bad reaction. I don't get high often. But he won't give them to me because, it's been demonized. So they're making a big shit out of legal drugs, but they're not doing anything to stop fentanyl. Okay? Fentanyl is coming into this country at rates that would literally wipe out the population if they can get it out to everybody. You can't tell me that's an accident, okay? And the fucking, the coyotes or whatever you want to call them, the cartel, they're not that fucking smart. They've got to be getting help from us to get that shit in here. Now, you could call me crazy, but I'm telling you, I believe that. UK and France originally created the problem in the Middle East and dragged you in. Well, that's true. Hitler and many Eastern Europeans warned the world about these events will happen back. That's true, they did. I said, we got to stop sticking our nose in everybody else's shit. We really do. Jim, well, absolutely, and we all know they're replacements. You watch and see before the elections, Biden, whoever's controlling Biden, is going to try and grant them citizenship or amnesty. Is that right? Amnesty, and allow them to vote. Because right now, there's 40 fucking million of them in this country. They outnumber the Republicans by a lot. Even if some of the Democrats switch sides, which a lot of them are doing because they don't like Biden either, they'll still outnumber even the Dems that join up with the Republicans and the independents. The Democrats will stop at nothing to win. Hopefully that'll kick off civil war if they allow them to do it, because you know what? This is bullshit. And if we have to, we need to start killing the illegals and letting the government know we're not letting them run our goddamn country. And we're certainly not letting them vote. Jim, you need to be an advisor to Trump. Yeah, actually, I probably do. I mean, look, I'm not a genius. I'm not bragging or anything. But you know what? I think a lot like Trump does, only I honestly, I think I'm a little smarter than he is. He may be a better businessman than I am, but I think I have better government knowledge than he does. And I'm not afraid to do what needs to be done, you know. Now, I don't think he's afraid to do what needs to be done. However, like I said, I was talking to my neighbor once again. I said, you know, the president, any president, has the authority to suspend Congress and the Senate for up to 6 months if it's a national emergency. It's in the Constitution. I don't think Trump knew that. I think he knows it now. I hope he does. But when he could have suspended Congress and the Senate in his first term for 6 months, got everything straightened out, any traitors he could have had arrested, brought to a military tribunal, and tried for treason, if found guilty, could be hung or killed by firing squad. I don't know. I believe it's the hanging only, but I think they can get by with firing squad too. Doesn't matter as long as they're dead. You know, if he would have done that, he would have probably straightened up most of this country, because we need to send out a clear message to our domestic enemies that we're not going to tolerate their bullshit. If they break the law, they will be held to a higher standard, and if they're guilty of treason, they will be executed. I don't have a problem with that. The founding fathers put that in the Constitution in case this shit happened, because they must have figured it was possible. You know, we're not doing these things. Trump wasn't smart enough on the first time, I don't think. And I'm not bad-mouthing him. I'm just saying he didn't know. I think he might have even been a little naive, thinking, you know, I'm a great businessman. I know how to make billions of dollars. I'll fix the country up by applying business to it. Technically, he would have been right, except that the Democrats and his Republicans fought him tooth and nail to stop him from doing anything. It's amazing that he got accomplished what he did, you know. So it's a problem, you know. And I mean, look, honestly, if I were president, they would assassinate me within a month. Because if they think Trump is bad, they ain't seen shit. Okay, because that's the first thing I do. First, everybody's getting arrested. Send in the what's that? The federal officer, federal sheriffs, or whatever they are, the feds. Arrest them all. You know, I want each one reviewed. If they're guilty of treason, I'm charged for such and brought before a military tribunal, because they don't fuck around. You know, you're guilty, you're getting the rope. You know, jail is a joke. It really is. I mean, I wouldn't want to go there, but a lot of people really don't mind it. And when politicians go to prison, it's like home away from home. You know, they got the same luxuries in prison they had at home. It's bullshit. That ain't a punishment, you know. So, I mean, that's what I would do. And then I said I would get on TV and say, all right, all you illegals, you have 1 week, 5 days to vacate America. If you're still here after 5 days, we will find you. We will arrest you. We will sentence you to life in a hard labor work camp for life. There's no parole. You're not getting out of it, okay? You won't be free to run around. You won't be free to have babies or, you know, any of that. That's all coming to a halt. You will become a prisoner for life in this country unless you leave. And trust me, and shut off welfare, food stamps, any kind of financial help whatsoever. Tell all employers, if you hire one, $100,000 fine, 10 years in prison, no chance of early parole, and no ifs, ands, or buts. Trust me, they'll be running for the border like the taco commercial, okay? And it won't cost us one thing, actually, it'll save us money. Those are the first two things I would do. Then I would actually I would try and shit can almost all the millions of laws we have and break it down to a few simple laws. If you kill somebody and it ain't self-defense, you surrender your life. You will die. You know, you kill somebody for fun or money or whatever profit, you're going to join them, except you'll be going to hell, probably. If you steal, same thing, you know. Maybe the first time we'll give you a year in prison. Second time, you get the rope. You know. If you rape a woman and we can prove that you actually did it, you will be executed. Not 20 years from now, next fucking week. You know. If you hurt a child, rape or hurt a child, same thing. You're getting a rope. You know. And these stupid laws about this and that. Why is there 5 types of murder? You got murder 1, murder 2, murder 3, manslaughter, aggravated murder, manslaughter, aggravated assault. What the fuck is this shit? Is the guy dead? Yes, then you're guilty of murder. It doesn't matter what your fucking reasoning was. Okay? If you didn't kill him in self-defense, that's murder. You lose your life over it. These guys are, well, we want to charge him with murder 1, but we really can't charge him with murder 2 because he didn't actually, you know, pre-plan it. What the fuck difference does it make? The guy's dead at the end of the fucking day. Right? I know I'm getting a little crazy here, but it's true, though. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. All right, he says, I can't understand why one wants to come to the U.S. as an illegal. Life is stuffed there, and medical is expensive. Well, not for them. It's free for them. I'm glad Dad chose Australians to the U.S. Here you get free medical even for illegals. Well, see, that's the problem here, Artie. The illegals don't pay. Okay? They get free insurance. They get free food. They get free money. You know, if you come here on political asylum, you get $240,000 to do as you please, and you become a citizen. Well, you're green carded anyway. How is that a punishment for jumping the border? You know, trust me, they're doing better than we are. That's the problem. If they had nothing, you know, my grandparents on my dad, well, at least on my dad's side, I don't know about my mother's side, I don't know much about them, but my dad's side came on the boat from Italy at around 1902. They literally came with the clothes on their back and a few pennies in their pocket. And they had to learn enough English to be able to get assigned as a citizen. You know, if you couldn't speak English, they told you to get back on the boat. So most of the Italians that came here, and any of them really, they learned rudimentary English. So when they got here, they can sort of speak to, you know, American people. All right? Did they get free money? No. Did they get food stamps? No. Because those things didn't even exist then. First thing they had to do was convince somebody to rent them an apartment, you know, and then find a job real quick so they could pay for that apartment. And that's what most of them did. Probably all of them, actually. And they were very respectful. My dad told me that when he was growing up, he was born here in this country, you know, after his parents came here. He said, we weren't allowed to speak Italian outside the house. If we did, we got our asses kicked because it was un-American and disrespectful to being an American. You had to learn English and speak English outside the house. You can speak Italian all day long in the house, you know. You can even hang the Italian flag in your bedroom, but you damn sure couldn't put it outside because that was un-American. Do you see our immigrants today acting that way? Absolutely not. And that's the problem. They don't want to be Americans. They just want the free shit. Most of them only come here for 5 years. They amass money, send it back home. That's another thing. I wouldn't allow anybody to send money outside the country. If they did, it's a 90% tax. They got $100. We keep 90 of it. They get 10 to send back. You know, to basically keep the money here. It shouldn't be illegal. I don't know whether it is not, but it's bullshit anyway. It should be keeping it here for that reason. So after 5 years, they've amassed maybe $50,000 or whatever. They go back home and live like kings until they run out of money, and they come back here and rinse and repeat. It's bullshit. You know, that's why they don't speak English. Why should they? They're not staying here. They're just raping the country. When they're done, they go back home. Bullshit. You're seeing the same thing as we are here. Yeah, absolutely. Nothing is free. Well, that's true. Nothing really is. Somebody's paying for it, you know. I don't know what your taxes are over there, Artie, but trust me, your medical isn't technically free. It might be free to you, but somebody somehow is paying for it. Maybe even you're paying for it, you know. It's the same here, but we're not getting the advantage of it because our medicine is too expensive, you know. They said, I just got a 1 month supply of insulin, one of them. For 1 month, 30-day supply, it was over $1,200. I didn't have to pay that because my insurance paid most of it. I paid $11 of it. But you explain to me how insulin could cost that much money for 5 pens. That shit should be $1 a pen. Been around forever. You know, it's your generic stuff that I don't get. I get the regular stuff, but the generic's the same price. It shouldn't be. You know, a 3 month supply of that insulin is over almost $5,000. That's fucking crazy. And he said over there it's probably a few bucks, you know, where you're at. Everywhere around the world is cheap. You know, before we attacked Iraq and fucked them all up, killed Hussein, their medications there were 50 cents in most cases. 25 to 50 cents for a medication that we were paying hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for here. And you know why? Because we're dumb enough to pay it. You know, Canada's medicine was cheaper than America. As soon as people found out and started buying their medicine in Canada and shipping it here, the government tried to stop it. Because, you know, well, you're screwing the pharmaceuticals by getting cheaper meds. It's the same shit. Comes from the same pharmaceutical, but we're paying 3 times as much for it because, well, we're stupid over here, you know. I wonder if there are any old provisions of the Constitution that can stop someone crossing. Actually, there is. It goes back to states' rights. The people of the state also have the right to protect the border. However, if you talk to the government, they'll tell you don't have that anymore. Of course, you know, Biden's trying to order Governor Abbott, to stop sealing the border. And he doesn't have to listen to him, and he knows it. And they know he knows it, but they're threatening him. And they've already threatened him. You know, if you don't stop stopping people from coming through, we're going to arrest you. So go ahead. Yeah. You'll have to put me in front of a Texas jury. They're not going to convict me. You know, you can't bring me into a federal jury because it's a state issue. He's not stupid, you know. So yes, there are provisions in there. Yeah, Sheriff Grady Judd, that was the one. I couldn't remember his name. He's a great sheriff, man, without a doubt. I watch a lot of his stuff on the internet. Sometimes he's funny too, you know. And yeah, he's really got a hard on for, you know, child sex. You know, people that violate, you know, use kids for sex. Every time he does a sting operation, he catches no less than 3 employees of Disney World. Well, most of us in Florida here know that Disney is a pedophile ring hub. You know, you just know it. I mean, there's a lot of queers that work there, and I'm not really bad-mouthing the queer. Oh, yes, I am. But, you know, gays have a tendency to try and groom children to bring them into the fold because you're not born that way. And obviously that's easy to prove. So, you know, what better place to do it when you're around millions of kids? And over 1,000 kids every year disappear from Disney, never to be seen again. You tell me what's going on. I think he knows it. I think our governor knows it. I don't agree with the way he handled the Disney situation, but I think he was trying to get access to Disney's underground, and he failed at it, unfortunately. But I think he knows, too, what's going on there. And the way I understand it, a lot of the kids that are stolen from there go to the Ukraine, because Ukraine's another hub, and from there, they're trained and shipped to Epstein's Island. Is it true? I don't know, but I wouldn't doubt it. You know, true, but still better system here. There's no doubt about that, Artie. They said if we could bring down the prices, we could have a nearly free system. I don't expect anything for free, but I was telling my friend, my neighbor once again, I said, when I was 17, going back in the 70s now, it's a long way back, almost 50 years ago, I could go in the emergency room. It cost me $15, and they gave me whatever medications I need. Okay? The last time I was in the ER was probably about 5 or 6 years ago. About 3 years ago when I had the heart attack. It's $4,200, and they did nothing. As a matter of fact, they wouldn't even give me pills. They gave me a script to go pay for them myself. $4,200, and they did nothing. When, like I said, when I was 17, went to the ER. I had a bad air infection, a really bad one. I mean, I wanted to kill myself. Not really, but I was in bad shape. And they said right away, they checked me over real good. They did a few tests. They said, your inner ear is inflamed. We're going to give you some painkillers and some antibiotics. Here you go. They gave me a week's worth of both. They told me, take these, and if you still have it after it's done, come back here. We'll follow up on it. $15, please. Why does it cost $4,200 now? That's crazy. That's why we're having problems here. Mostly because of insurance, Same with car insurance. They could fix your car for 1/10 the money with aftermarket parts if they wanted to. But some of them will only use OEM parts, which are 3 times more money. The car companies know what they're going to sell because the insurance companies will pay it. And the insurance companies know they can charge you more because you have no choice. You pay the money or you don't drive. Before insurance became mandatory, they were practically giving it away. I got full coverage on a car for about $40 a year. Now it's like $1,500. And I'm a good driver. No DUIs, no accidents, a few speeding tickets here and there, but it's been over 20 years since I had one of those. Why am I paying so much? I'm paying $1,300 every 6 months. It's ridiculous. We are having kids under 16 committing murder here. Well, we're having the same problem here, Artie. Last week, 2 16-year-old kids killed a doctor during a home. I don't doubt it. There was one a couple days ago, a 12-year-old stabbed his mother 22 times while she was trying to protect her newborn. It was her son, that stabbed her. What the fuck is wrong with these people? I mean, somebody needs a good ass kicking. Like the kind we used to get when we were kids. We never think about doing something like that. That was like instant death, This is the problem. We're not disciplining the children. We're letting these assholes in government tell us how to do it. Fuck them. John says, I just wish I could pinpoint where my tax money goes. I think we as American citizens have we do. We should also have the right to determine if it goes. We just gave over, $800 billion to Ukraine altogether. We're still giving them money. At least somebody said $133,000 a day. They're going to lose the war. It's a fucking waste of money. And that's our money. I paid taxes. You paid taxes. We all paid our taxes in to some degree. They should not be allowed to do it. It should go to a national vote. And it has to be a majority win, maybe even unanimous. Can we give X amount of dollars to such and such? We say no, it don't happen. It's our fucking money. And then they got the nervous and Social Security is going to run out of money in a few years. You know this and you're still throwing money away to other countries? What the fuck? I mean, it's crazy. It really is. Free medical usually limits the amount of care it will give dependent. Well, that's true too. At least it would be here. And that's what's happening in Canada. They got free medical there, but by the time you get the necessary surgery, you're probably already dead. They said it could be up to a year wait to get like an appendix taken out. You don't have a year. So a lot of them come over here and just pay to get the stuff done because they'll die up there. Yeah, they got free medical, but what good is it if you're too dead to utilize it? This is what happens when they take your guns away. Absolutely. Yes, John, at the end of the day, we are still better off. The U.S. I can go to the hospital, not worry about what it's going to cost me as it's covered. I can't argue that, Artie. You're right about that, but here we would abuse it. Okay, it's not possible to do that here. The first problem we got right now is most of the illegals are eating up the emergency rooms. They're taking a lot of resources from people who legitimately live here, citizens. I've been in the emergency room and I had to wait sometimes hours while they picked every illegal in front of me. Only once I actually went to the ER and, I signed my name and showed my license and stuff, when I checked in, and they actually pulled me ahead. And it wasn't an emergency, but they put me ahead of all the illegals, which is the way it should be anyway, If we have time for you guys, we'll let you come in. But, Americans come first. That was the only time it happened. I don't know the exact reason. Like I said, it wasn't a life emergency or anything. I mean, I could have waited. Jacob Collins, how you doing, Jacob? Good to see you here. Are you a newbie? I think so. But anyway, welcome to the show. We talk about everything here. If you watch the replay, we start out with trains and a nice video and what I've been doing lately, train related, sort of. But we always end up talking politics or something else. So if you're okay with that, join the club. If you're not, yeah. All right, so I don't have a gun, but I do have good, solid buddies beside. There you go. That helps. But, you can't bring your fist to a gunfight, or a knife or anything else. You kind of want to have a gun to go to a gunfight with. You can't argue that. Sounds when I get my W-2, I think the feds owe me an itemized explanation of where that money was spent. You and the rest of us, John, they won't do it. They don't care. It's like, it's our money. We took it from you. It's ours now. Fuck you. And that's the way they think, Not only that, I got 2 cans of soda on here. How'd that happen? They'll just charge you more if they follow. I mean, we're $34 trillion in debt. They're spending like 3 times more than they take in. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. But, they're the government. They write the laws. They can break the laws. They're not going to clean themselves up. Why would they? To catch up, Jacob, we are talking about events going on and how fuck the illegals. Yeah, you're kind of right there, Pirate. Still, Derek, I don't have to worry about the cost for medical like many Americans do. I'm getting my medication for my trip. Here it's $3. No argument there, are you? You're right. I mean, we're getting bent over here, but you got to understand that America runs on greed. I'm not saying other countries don't, but we're like the king of it, And if they can bend us over, they will. I read yesterday that the average price for a car today, a regular gas car, an ICE car, is $45,000 to $50,000, and that's for like a plain Jane car. If you want an upscale car, you're looking $70,000 up. Who the fuck can afford that? Because they said in order to survive well in America today, a household has to bring in $100,000 clear every year. That's not normal. That's exceptional. The majority of people are bringing in maybe 40, some making less than that. Even if you have multiple people working in the household. So how can you buy a car that costs $70,000? It's just nuts. Rent here is $2,000 up for one room. Yeah, yes they are, Russ. It's our money. They don't care. Look, if you had $1 million and put me in charge of it, I mean, I probably wouldn't, but I could spend it all and say, well, you were dumb enough to give it to me. I mean, I wouldn't do that to you, but most people would. I mean, well, a lot of people would anyway. And that's what we're doing. We're handing the government our money. No questions asked. Do what you want with it. And they do. And of course, we get pissed because, they're squandering it, but they believe that it's their money after it changes hands. Yeah, that's true. They want to know every penny I got. Why? Because they want to get their hands on some of it. Why do you think they want to go to the digital dollar? They can track every penny you spend. And if you're buying too much of something, they're going to tax it. Well, this guy spends all his money on trains. We need to get some of that money. If you think I'm kidding, trust me, I'm not. They will do it. All right? Because that's what it's all about. It's all about greed and money. Yes, they are evil. Beyond any doubt. It's unfortunate, but rules for me, rules for thee, not for me. You're right. And they get away with everything. Look, if you had a gun that you purchased illegally and lied on your 4473 form, and your girlfriend or your wife, whatever, threw it in the trash can on school grounds, what do you think they would do to you? Well, you know what they do. You're going to prison for a long time on several charges. Illegally purchasing a gun, lying on the form, improperly disposing of a weapon, depositing a weapon on school property, reckless endangerment, child endangerment. They'd hit you with probably 50 fucking, violations. You wouldn't see the light of day probably. Hunter Biden does it, and no big deal. And that's exactly what he did. He lied on his 4473 because they asked you if you're doing any drugs, and he said no. Well, we already know he's a crack addict. He admitted it, so he bought the gun illegally. Then apparently his girlfriend took the gun and threw it in the trash can on school property. They should both be in prison, but they won't be because they're special and you're not. Like I say, when you find a quarter on the ground, you're like, oh, a quarter. And you hear in your ear, our quarter now. That's true. Finders keepers doesn't apply anymore. A lot of accidents of stupidity and relying on alcohol. Oh, that's true too, Artie. And like I said, we're stupid over here. And I'm not sure it's not just here, but, it is. John K., true, and we should have the right to vote on any expenditure over $10 million. And we should be able to vote on policies like, I agree. I think 10 million might be a bit much. I think more like $1 million. That's a lot of money. I mean, the government might look at it as pennies, but $1 million for me would be a lifetime of security because I wouldn't squander it. I live off the interest and live like a king. Well, poor king, but still, I mean, I'd have everything I want. Interest on $1 million, I think pays 132 or something like that thousand a year. I can live comfortably on $132,000. I could even go out and buy a new car with that. I wouldn't, but I could, But I mean, I'd be fine. They look at $1 million ain't shit. Unless you're a billionaire, you're poor. Well, you be poor, or let me be poor and do what you want. I'll be poor with $1 million. I already said I got plenty of U.S. pennies here. U.S. don't know about. I snuck it out in 2019. There's a coin shortage in this country, Artie. Bring them back. I'm only kidding. But there really is a coin shortage. I don't know if there still is, but I know during the pandemic there was. There were signs on the cash registers. We can't make change. Try and have exact change when you come in here. They couldn't make change, which was weird. Where'd all the coins go? Tom says, Derek, we should have the right to vote. Yeah, that's true. We really should. It should be any time they expend money, especially if it isn't for American interest. We should, and like I said, it should even be $1 then. You want to send $1 to, bumfuck Egypt? No, you're not doing it. We're saying you can't do it. That's our dollar. It's staying here. But it's only $1. I don't care. It's our money. It ain't leaving. So in that respect, I agree with you, John. Thomas, whatever. Let's see. Gender studies in Pakistan, for one thing, is up. They have it here, man. What the fuck? There's men, there's women. What more do you need to know? Men fuck the women as a rule, except for some of the more manly women. They fuck the men. But beyond that, what else do you need to know? Right? I mean, come on. All I care about right now is it's still safer to travel the U.S. from here over the Pacific than going to Europe. Well, that's true. I wouldn't want to go to Europe right now. There's a fucking mess over there. They're inundated with Arabic people, and they just don't give a shit, If you're a woman over there, you better get a chastity belt, and that probably still won't save you. But at least it'll give you maybe a little edge, Shrimp on a treadmill ain't exactly productive. Okay. I don't know what that reference is, but I'll go along with it. They won't miss your pennies, Artie. I think most Americans want the pennies to disappear. I don't know. I don't know if you older guys probably remember the half penny. It was a penny size, but on it said half a cent. I had a couple. I don't know if they're worth anything. I don't think I have many more. They stopped making them, I think, back in like the 40s. Because you can't buy anything for a half penny anymore. Although, in Florida, the tax is 7.5%, which really technically makes it 8% because there's no half pennies. Pennies make great weights from, that's true. They do make great weights, and I have used them as such. Not just only in trains, but in a lot of stuff, JG says, we damn sure don't want Heels Up Harris to take control. She can become a federal whore, but she's not even a good looking. I wouldn't fuck her with your dick, man. I cringe at the thought of that, and I'm not real picky, but I'd have to draw the line there, That's scary. But, she's the most hated vice president on the planet. I mean, that's what they claim, that she is not liked by anybody, Great for weights on model train. Absolutely. Well, they make good weights all together. Hey, Waycross, Scott, how you doing? You a little late? Yeah, a little bit. We're going to wrap it up at 10, I think. Well, no, 10:40. I guess we'll wrap it up at 11. You got 20 minutes, so and make the best of it. I still have a few Canadian coins from my trip 40 years ago to BC already. Yeah, I have a few Canadian coins. I had some Chinese coins, too, a long time ago. The ones with the holes in the center. They were all Chinese, and it's like weird. Couldn't do anything with them. It was basically toy money, I just have to remember to tip well in the U.S. Well, I wouldn't put too much emphasis on it. Unless it's a good service, don't bother. I don't care what they say. I walked into stores where they actually ring up a tip and no, you're taking that off. Why? Because you're not doing anything for it. You didn't deliver this pizza to me. I came and picked it up. If anything, you should be tipping me for using the gas to come here and saving you money. I'm not giving you a tip for making a fucking pizza that I have to pick up. Take it off. They do. They, pissed off about it, but I don't give a shit. And I'm generally a good tipper. Like I said, I tipped my barber $10 on a $20 haircut, because I thought he did a good job. If he did a shit job, he wouldn't have got anything. But I do tip well. I always did. But I want some service for it. And if you're not providing me a service, you ain't getting no fucking tip. You want a tip? Don't take wooden nickels. Remember that old saying? The old guys know that one. Craziness. Jacob Collins. Only time the government cares is when it's payday, but the day you die because they hate taking money. That's true, unfortunately. Low weight keeps them on the rail. That's true. Well, actually, more weight keeps them on the rails most times. I've had to weight mine down to make them track better because anything I print is too light, so I have to weight them. Of course, I've been using these wheel weights, a little quarter ounce. I like this tanker. Actually, you can't see on this one. I put it inside because I made the end caps for this, and I put 2 of them in there, glued them in, and it's about, I think it's a half ounce, no, quarter. I put 4 of them in. I take that back, so it's 1 ounce. If I add it to the plastic, it's not real heavy, but it's got enough weight to keep it tracking well. Without it, it definitely derails every time. Tip your hat. There you go. That's it, John Edberger. But for the model planes like commercial jets, the penny is just right to put the balance. And it brings, oh, yeah, I guess it would. That's true. You want a little bit nose heavy. I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, I can blame that on you now. Rock and roll if I get into trouble. There you go. Both static and RC. Okay, that's cool. Obama lives in the White House along with Soros. Yeah, probably. Might as well. The problem is that Obama, it seems to be always near Biden, That's what I'm saying. If you don't think he's the puppet master, then can't help you. But I really do believe he is. I think Obama's in charge. Of course, I also think that Soros is in charge of Obama. They both should be executed for treason. Yeah, exactly, JD. Obama's 3rd term. It really is, Yeah, there's no way you can believe that brain dead Biden is coming up with any of this stuff, I don't think he's smart enough to think that gas stoves are a problem. Unless somebody whispered in his ear, hey, gas stoves are bad. Tell the American people you want them to stop using them. He's probably crazy enough and brain dead enough to repeat that, But did he come up with the idea? Highly unlikely. Absolutely, John. He is the puppet master. Along with the Clinton. Yeah, they need to go too. If nothing else, for mass murder. Well, I'm not saying that he's not. I still think he should be executed for treason. He's guilty of treason no matter what. Because he's in name, whether it's real or not, he is the president. Officially. I mean, realistically, no, he's not, but officially he's the president, and yes, it's his problem. And I'm sure that's why somebody like Obama is pulling the strings, figuring, well, if this turns to shit, goes tits up, we'll just blame it on Obama. He'll get the rope, and the rest of us will be fine. We'll find another puppet to pull strings on. I wouldn't doubt these people. I mean, they're that evil, And you're probably right, JD. I wouldn't doubt it for a minute. I said they're all in on it, and they're all guilty of treason. The Dems are confident they didn't get Biden in again because they kept him away from the public and stuffed ballot boxes. Well, they won't do it again, Derek, because they got caught, And I've been reading the news lately, and like Virginia already said that they knew that the ballots were miscounted. They didn't really say it was specifically against Trump. They said it was both. Neither one favored it. It was like 32,000 votes were miscounted. Yeah, of course they were. You can't tell me that brain dead moron that hid in his basement got 81 million votes. I don't believe it. There's no way you could ever make me believe it. I have yet to meet anybody that actually likes him. Most people I talk to were Trump. They're pro-Trump. They want Trump back. And how come you never see Biden signs in anybody's front yard? you still see Trump signs and Trump flags and Trump banners and Trump billboards. You don't see anything to do with Biden, do you? And yet he got 80 million voters to vote for him. Sure, he did. You know, we're not buying it. Well, he could try, but that won't work either. Like I said, you know, I think if Trump has his way, and I could be wrong, but this is what I would do. So I like to think that Trump would do the same. I would have him brought up on charges of treason, which he's technically guilty of, and have him executed by military tribunal. Plain and simple. You know, I don't care how fucked up you are in the head. If you do something illegal or immoral, you need to pay the price for it. Mental illness is not an excuse because today everybody's got some, well, except for us. But, you know, it seems like a lot of people out there are a little whacked. Does that mean they can all commit crimes and get away with it? Oh, no, that doesn't work that way. You can't fix them. So what the hell is the point of it? All right, got a call tonight, no problem. Thanks for hanging out, JD. Have a good weekend and a safe one, and we'll see you next time. Good night for now. It's like how Bitchmer put the old people that had it. Yeah, well, Bitchmer did it, and so did the idiot in New York, the one that they finally got rid of. But, you know, they did that on purpose. You know, why would you put sickly people in an old folks' home that aren't sick? You know, the people you put in there are contagious. You're basically giving all the residents the death sentence. That's exactly, and they should have actually hung for it. You know, Whitmer should have hung for it, and so what that was it? I can't remember the governor's name now. The mayor of New York, he should have been hung for it too. It's bullshit, but they got away with it, didn't they? And they saved millions in Social Security payments because now they're dead. They don't have to pay them. Soros got kicked out of Hungary. Well, actually, there's a death warrant for him in Hungary and in Russia and several other countries. We should have one for him as well. You know, but they have to not only kill it because he's on his way out anyway. They need to kill his two sons too because he's been grooming them to take over his work. So the best thing to do is eliminate the family line, kill them all. Sounds harsh, but, you know, when Soros dies, his evil won't die with him. It gets passed on to his two sons. They need to die too. Plain and simple. Yeah, without a doubt. Will they be locked down again? I don't think so. The people will resist it. Not saying the Dems won't try. They're trying now. The supposed newest variant is more deadly than the original virus. After they told us that's a medical fact that every variant is weaker than its predecessor. It may become more virulent, easy to catch, but it generally won't. If the first one had a low mortality rate, the successive ones will have no or very low mortality rates. That's medical fact. So they can't get away with it because they let the cat out of the bag that they were bullshitting us in the first place. You know, same with the mask. Who was it? California tried to reinstitute the mask law. What I understand is it's not going over too well because the people who refuse to wear one aren't going to comply because it's stupid. They don't work. If anything, they are harmful to the person that wears it. You know, you're holding in more of your exhale breath than you're bringing in oxygen. That's not the way we were designed. We were designed to take in that oxygen, exhale carbon dioxide, and the plants will turn it back into oxygen and rinse and repeat. So when you put a mask on, it was funny, and I proved this because I was seeing the doctors at the time, you know, during the mask thing. Of course, I had to wear a mask. Well, I wore my bandana. It really wasn't a mask, but I had to wear something when I went to the doctors. They wouldn't let me in otherwise. But usually when I went to the doctor, first thing they do, they take your blood pressure and they put that oxygen meter on your finger, read your blood oxygen levels. I have one at home, so I know what mine is anyway. Well, they stopped doing that during the masking. And the reason they did, because I actually went home, I put on a mask and did the blood oxygen test, and it was very low. That's why they started doing it, because they couldn't record low blood oxygen levels with people wearing masks, because that would prove the masks were harmful to you. So they just didn't do that test anymore. Now that they don't use the mask, they started doing the blood oxygen test again. I'm living proof of it, man. Like I said, they're all full of shit. They're gonna try pirate, but they're not gonna succeed. Like I said, a lot of people just aren't. But if they try to suspend the elections, they will be met with much resistance. If they succeed, that could trigger the Civil War, I think. Could be wrong, but I really do believe that will trigger it. Well, martial law is going to be tougher for them to pull off, because remember, 110 million people at the very least are well armed. I don't think that's going to fly too well, I mean, if they're desperate enough, they may try it, but it ain't going to work. They'll trigger some sort of war. Big Pharma needed a pandemic to bail out. That's possible. I wouldn't doubt it. Plus, remember, it's all about knocking down the population. And, hey, those who got the shot, they're dropping like flies. I hope none of you guys got it, but, if you did get it, I hope you got the placebo. Because half of those shots were placebo. You don't know what you got. My mother-in-law got the shot because the doctor talked her into it. And I think she got the placebo. She swears she didn't, but I said, you wouldn't know. The fact that you're still alive 2 years after you got it, and you're not sickly or having any problems, you probably got the placebo. Because like those who took the shot, the real one, they're all dropping dead. We're seeing it every day. I got my secret hideaway. I need one of those. Of course, it's always about the money. Everything's about the money. What does the Bible say? The love of money is the root of all evil. That is the proper terminology. Not money is the root of all evil. The love of money is the root of all evil. Me and my old lady have a secret hideout we're going to. Good for you, pirate. I wish I had one of those. I wish I had something underground, really, but I don't. It's kind of hard to go underground in Florida. Well, Fauci should hang, too. Trust me. He's guilty of genocide as far as I'm concerned. Crimes against humanity. And probably a few other charges I'm sure I can make up. Fauci's like, of course he is. He's a billionaire, for Christ's sake. If nothing else, they should lock him up and take all his money away from him. Fauci could fall down a flight of stairs. I don't know. I'd rather see something a little more torturous for him personally. My wife and I don't have a hideaway. Neither do I, Russ. Don't worry about it. We'll survive or we won't. Just, God wants us to live. He'll find a way. If not, we'll be joining him, I guess. Let's see. I got to jump ahead here a little bit. I'm a little behind. And it's almost time to call it a night. Taking off party. All right. Thanks a lot, man. Have a safe weekend and fun weekend. And we'll catch you next time. And if you're getting on your plane soon, have a safe flight. And some of us guys will see you. I'll have to wait till November, but that's okay. Anyway, we'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Good night, Artie. Or good day, as it were, I think. Your day is starting now, isn't it? Russ says, I'll bet there's more like 80 million. Yeah, it could be. Like I said, before all this shit started, they were saying 12 million. I said, that's wrong. I read somewhere it was more like 20 to 25 million. It could be a lot more. And they're estimating that another 20 million came in, not including the gotaways. That's the ones they know about. You could be right. There could be 80 million. You know, if they let them fuckers vote, well, we're done. You know, that's why you can't do it. Any predictions on this election coming up this year? Well, Trump is a shoo-in. However, remember, the Democrats are going to try and prevent him from taking office. I don't think they'll succeed, but anything is possible. I know they're trying to push Nikki Haley to win the primary. We'll have to see. Now, Trump slaughtered Iowa. Okay. He's going to New Hampshire next, I think next week. If he wins, if he slaughters New Hampshire and then North Carolina and the rest of them, she's not going to do it. And there's no way they can install her, you know. And even if she did win the primary, I think Trump would switch over to independent, and he would be the first independent to win the election. His followers are not going to give up on him. They're going to follow him straight to hell if they have to, you know. I mean, I kind of follow him. I don't really like the guy, but I think he's a good president. I think he's sincere. And he's the best we got right now. We know what will happen if Haley wins. She's a warmonger. She's a socialist. She's basically a rhino. She'll finish what Biden started. If a Democrat gets in there, they'll do the same thing, you know. If they actually kept Biden in, which is unlikely, there's rumor that they're gonna do away. Well, I don't know how they're gonna either. He's gonna resign before the election, or I'm thinking they may just have him have an accident, you know, and die, maybe from dementia or something, you know. Oh, he fell down a flight of stairs and he died, you know. Poor guy. They got to get rid of him. But nobody knows who they'll replace him with. They pulled for Newsom out of California. Not going to happen. Obviously, Harris isn't going to happen. They pulled for Michelle Obama. She didn't pull well because most people know she's a guy anyway. You know, they don't trust her. So who do the Democrats have? They don't have anybody. You know, they pushed Kennedy out. Kennedy's running as an independent. He's not going to win. You know, independents generally don't win. I think if Trump did it, he would win. But that's only if they prevent him from winning the primary. A lot of people are saying, forget the primary. He won. Let him run for president again against whoever the Democrats have. And I kind of agree with that. Everybody's dropped out, I think. DeSantis is still in. He's going to drop out soon. It's been rumored. He knows he can't beat Trump. Haley's, like they said, the Democrats, including Soros, are throwing millions of dollars at Haley. They think money can buy her presidency. It's not going to happen. You watch and see. So if Trump gets in, will they try and kill him? Possibly. If God really is looking over him, then they'll fail. If not, if they do kill him, civil war will commence immediately after. And I would bet money on that. That's what I think. Am I right? Who knows? Solve the illegal problem. $10,000 a day fine for each one hired, and after 10 days, CEO was jailed for 10 days for each one. No money, they believe. Well, that's kind of what I said, but more severe. You know, $100,000 fine, period, and 10 years in prison. Are you going to risk losing your business and going to prison for 10 years and losing $100 to hire chief help? Not likely. And I don't think anybody will. But you have to enforce it. You know, there's a penalty now, but it's not being enforced. A law means nothing if they don't enforce it. Scott says, Jim, I saw the news, lot store closing. A lot of stores closing because of people driving their vehicles through the store. Well, and that's the problem. They won't stop the criminals. We should have a federal law that says anybody caught shoplifting can be shot on sight. You'll see that shit come to a screeching halt. But instead, they protect them. In California, you're allowed to steal up to $950 worth of merchandise and not even be charged with a crime. You know, shoplifting went through the roof in California. Yeah, I can't imagine why. You know, what the fuck? Trump knows now, and he's going to have to. Yeah, he will have to move fast, very fast. Like I said, either they'll try and kill him, or they'll try and do something else. I mean, they're trying to create a law that will limit him from changing any existing laws, which of course would be illegal. You know, he's the president. He has to have some authority. Otherwise, what's the point? There's 10 out of 10 schools that can't be through. Oh, I agree with that one. You know, I said nothing. They come here with the clothes on their back. They leave with the clothes on their back. If they have any actual merchandise that they own, we take it away from them. They try and send money back to Mexico. We intercept it, take 90% of it. So for every $100 they try and send, we get 90. You know, and they won't put up with that shit for more than a couple of weeks. Trust me, they'll be running for the border like the Taco Bell commercial. Jacob, you know my train of thought because we were friends, though anybody else's prediction. I just gave you mine. Store theft in terrible in Cali. I've seen there's videos of that. I know. They don't care. And then they set up tables on the weekends with all the goods they stole. Half the time right in front of the store they stole from, still have the price tags on them. You know, and they sell cheaper, and the people, and nobody does anything. If you do that in Florida, you're caught with stolen goods, you get busted for possession of stolen merchandise. They don't care how the fuck you got it. It was stolen, it's in your possession, you're going to jail. Apparently in California, they don't have that problem. And the problem is they're not yeah, exactly. Well, it's $9.50 actually, but that's ridiculous. But the thing is, they can steal $9.50 in the morning, have a quick lunch, go steal another $9.50 after lunchtime, have dinner, and after dinner go steal another $950. And they can do that as many times during the day as they want, as long as they don't take more than $950 at each theft. How fucking stupid can you be? You know? Why don't you just hang a sign saying, it's all free, come and take it? Well, they're doing that anyway. Jacob, the Dems are going to cheat again or take Trump out. That's my prediction. It's possible. It really is. I think, unless they really want to trigger civil war, which would not be good for them, taking him out is out of the question. Will they do it? It's possible. I would hope that we would go to civil war if they did. We would all know who did it and why, you know. Unless he survives, he takes a headshot and survives, we're screwed because that would make him the Antichrist. Remember, the Bible says that the Antichrist will take a bullet to the head and miraculously survive it. So if he gets shot in the head and he lives, we got problems. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I also got a feeling they're going to do him like that. Well, they could, but like I said, it would not be the smartest thing to do. He's literally a federal hero. The people love him. Most of us. And it might push the militias over the edge. It might push the armed people over the edge, you know. And I would suggest that if that happens, we take care of business. We all go up to Washington and take them all out. Start throwing the ropes over the light poles and filling them with necks, you know. Shit, it's already after 11, man. I was supposed to knock off at 11. Let me see what's going on. I'm a little bit behind, too. Son of a bitch. All right, Curtis. Have a good one, man. We'll see you later. Thanks for popping in. Well, maybe you'll get one of those, John. You never know. All right, guys. Listen, I'm going to wrap this up. Well, I really got far behind. How did you guys do it? Hey, Sparky, how's it going? Good to see you here. Who else snuck in here? Oh, man. Thomas says I got a 1909. All right, show up there, damn it. The 1909S, 1909, just looking for a 1909S BDB. Oh, yeah, I bet it is. I used to look through my coins, and I kind of quit because I never got any of the good ones. I do have a couple of silver dollars that were pre-1940. They're worth a little bit, but not a lot. Been lurking for a bit, but the fucking with your dick made me wonder what Jim folks were. All right, Sparky, what can I say? We were talking about Kamala Harris, heals up Harris. I told I told Jay I wouldn't fuck her with his dick. Sorry. I wouldn't. I mean, I like JD. I wouldn't want to defame him like that. I wouldn't fuck her with my dick. That's for damn sure. What can I say? Thomas Grant have a couple Indian head pennies as well. They're not. Yeah, they're not, unfortunately, but maybe one day. Yeah, behind in the chat was an understatement. I realized I got this far behind. See what happens when you get me to yakking? Your fault, damn it. Not really, but. They tried here in Michigan, lasted 2 days and failed because I don't want to wear that shit. No one else. Oh, exactly. Don't forget to wave at the signal man. And yeah, exactly. Remember to wave at that damn slacker, right? All right, guys. Listen, I'm going to run the outro. Thanks for hanging out with me. We had fun as usual. I definitely went over my time. I got to stop doing this. At least until I get the OBS fixed. I'm still working on it. You notice I'm working on using StreamYard, but there are limitations. I can only use so many hours a month. And I think I just just started. And I used 1, 2, 3, 4. I used almost 6 hours, 5 hours. Now I get 50 or 20 hours a month, so I have to be careful. I'm working on OBS. I think I found a possible fix to the chat overlay problem, but I have to work it out. I haven't had much time to work in there because of my back, but I'll get to it at some point. No, not a problem, man. Appreciate it. Thank Jim, was a blast. It made my life. Well, I try, I mean, I hope I don't freak anybody out because sometimes I go doom and gloom too much. But I'm an optimist. I really am. I think we have a shot, but we have to do something. Anything. If we just lay back and say, "Oh well," I know people that are refusing to vote. I have a problem with that. If you don't vote, you have no say then. If you vote, then you got a reason to bitch. You got coin in it. But if you sit back and do nothing and bitch or complain, doesn't mean anything. Anyway, with that said, here's the outro. We'll see you guys next weekend. Oh wait, I almost went to. I was thinking of the OBS here. That throws me off, man. Where the hell's the outro? There it is. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Everybody have a good night, a good weekend, safe weekend, and we'll see you next time. Bye for now.